Okay, so we will be starting the Town of Ashford Planning and Zoning Commission meeting for the regular meeting for Monday, March 13th, 2023 at 7 p.m. First off, we'll call to order and the seating of alternates. It looks like we have one member not showing, or not here at the moment. So I will ask that have we'll go with Doug. Doug Jenny, you'll have you seated this time?
Yes, Jeff, that's good.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm looking for approval of the minutes from September 13th, 2023. Is there a motion to accept the minutes?
Motion to accept, Jeff.
That was Mark, I take it? Oh, no.
Jeff Schillinger.
Jeff, I'm sorry, I didn't see your box light up there. Jeff Schillinger.
Mhm.
And I wanted to be sure, Valerie, I think I saw you were on. You're good to go?
Yes,
Okay, thank you. So Jeff, motion, is there a second?
It's Janet, I'll second.
Second, any discussion regarding the minutes? Hearing no discussion, I move to approve the minutes from February 13th. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 And nice job, Valerie.
Got to slow my roll here. And abstentions from people who
Okay.
weren't in attendance. Okay, so moved. Thank you very much. Next on the agenda is public comments for items not listed on the agenda for further discussion later. Do we have any public comments? If so, give us a high sign or raise your electronic hand. Pam Summers, I see your hand is up. Is that for anything currently or for later?
I'm right behind Larry to talk, please.
Okay,
Thank you, Jack.
okay, just paging through here, looking for hands. Comment. Who had 200 in the pool? No, that's great. Okay. You lose. We're at 205. Okay. Nothing in public comment. Alex, any bills?
No bills.
Bills, thank you. And correspondence. Again, I just want to state that any correspondence, obviously, we received for public comment regarding the hearing that's on the schedule have been submitted and posted on the website. Items won't be read into the record because they have been posted for public viewing. So we can dispense with all that reading that would take place. So moving on from correspondence, the public hearing. So we want to launch into PZ 22-9, the application for short-term rental at 88 Ashford Lake Drive, Article 317D, owner Jay Fall. This has been continued from
Ballot docket.
April 10th, I believe, under the request of the applicant. So this public hearing will not commence now, but we will do it for April 10th. Is that correct, Mike?
Yes, correct.
Okay, just trying to get rid of a spam here. Okay. Thank you very much. So moving on, we will open the public hearing for PZ-23. This is a continuation of the public hearing.
Mr. Chair, could I say something?
Yes, you may. Janet, let me just finish opening the hearing, please.
Oh, sorry.
I'm about to pull this out of the wall. This is crazy. There we go. Okay, so again, opening the public hearing of continuation from February 13th, 2023, PZ-23, text amendment application, Article 300-14 definitions, and Article 300-19 interstate interchange development zone, applicant Campanelli Rodalskis LM Acquisition LLC, and Ashford Realty Trust LLC. So thank you. Janet, you wish to make a statement?
Yes, I do. My name's Janet Bellamy. I've been on the Planning and Zoning Commission for 8 years, 2 years as an alternate and 6 years as a full member. I enjoy being on the commission and I take my responsibilities seriously. In our small town, many of us wear several hats. We have planning and zoning members who are on the library board, the Ag Commission, for example. I am on the Conservation Commission, and one of our members was recently on the Economic Development Commission. The appearance of bias or conflict of interest can be divisive as well as the reality. I would like to state that while the Conservation Commission has expressed an opinion in writing on this text amendment, I did not participate in the preparation, discussion, or the vote. When I saw that the text amendment was on the agenda for the February meeting, I recused myself from the meeting by letting Chair Roble know that I would not attend the meeting, and I did not. I have provided people who have asked about the text amendment with information on how to access meeting materials and agenda with the Zoom link. I've consistently let them know that I will wait for the public hearing to finish before making a decision. I have not engaged in any substantial discussions on this issue and firmly believe that I will base my decision on what has been presented at the hearing and on the town plan of conservation and development and planning and zoning regulations. Thank you.
Thank you, Janet. Commissioner Bellamy. I'd like to start the public hearing with a similar introduction that we did for the February 13th due to the fact we have a number of new attendees. So please bear with me if you've heard this before. There are a few changes to it, but for the most part, the public hearing will be held under the assumption of decorum, respect, and civility for all in attendance. The purpose of the public hearing is to provide members of the public with an opportunity to learn more about the submitted application and to provide comments on that application to the commission. Public statements made to the commission during the public hearing are valuable to the commission, provided they bear upon the specific issues before the commission as they pertain to this application. This is a public hearing, not a town meeting, and it's not a town meeting that results in the vote of attending citizens. The commission is charged with the responsibility as officials elected by the citizenry of Ashford to listen, review pertinent information, and evaluate the input from the hearing in rendering a decision on the application before it. At no time prior to deliberations on the application is a commission member to offer his or her support or opposition to the application. The commission's decision must be based upon evidence which is provided to the commission during the course of the public hearing, which will also include any written statements received by town staff prior to the closing of the hearing. Your remarks should be aimed to provide evidence specifically related to the amendments proposed to the zoning regulations or to raise questions to help identify where more information may be necessary. I will remind everyone in attendance that the application before us is for a text amendment to the current regulations that apply to the Interstate Interchange Development Zone, or IID. That include increases to the current list of allowable special permitted uses and changes to the development standards for buildings and structures. There is no current application or site plan submitted before the PZC for a special permit or proposed structure for placement in the IID zone with the requested changes identified. Even if this text amendment is approved, no project may move forward and no construction may begin. Development of the property would require a separate special permit from this commission, which would require a separate and distinct public hearing should such an application be received. During that public hearing, a wide range of issues, many of which are beyond the scope of review for this text amendment application, would be relevant for consideration. Hearing procedures. All comments are directed to the commission and more specifically, the chair of the commission. No one is to comment unless recognized by the chair, including commission members. The public hearing process is not a dialogue or back and forth between commission members, commission and members of the public, or the applicant and members of the public. The commission does want to hear from everyone wishing to give input on the issue. However, if you have already addressed the commission at the initial hearing held on February 13th, please allow those who have not yet spoken to go first. If you have already submitted public comment to the Ashford Town Hall website, please be assured that your submission has been or will be reviewed by the commission, and reading or submitting verbally here at the hearing is not required. For all wishing to comment, we ask that you please limit your comments to the immediate issue of the text amendment application and not issues beyond the current scope. As stated earlier, there is no submitted site plan nor a submitted special permit request for an unpermitted use. This hearing is to address the aforementioned text changes regarding additions to permanent uses and changes to dimensional standards or structures. In the best interest of time and efficiency, we ask to keep your initial comments to 3 minutes or less, and please identify yourself and your address. Again, once all members of the public have had the chance to speak, if time permits, attendees may be given the opportunity to speak a second time. Please refrain from repeating what others may have already said, and this is not the most efficient way for the commission to utilize the time during the public hearing. If you agree with a previous speaker and still want to speak, it is best if you simply state that you agree with what was previously said. All comments submitted to the Land Use Office Zoning Enforcement Officer have been posted online with the meeting materials for this hearing and will continue to be accepted until the hearing closes. Anything submitted after the public hearing has closed will not be taken into consideration by the commission. How the hearing will run. We will again have the applicant speak first. Then there will be questions and requests for clarification from the commissioners and town staff. Public comments and questions directed to the commission and not to the applicant. And then final comments of the applicant. That being said, on a personal note, I do have a statement. I do just want to thank all the citizens of Ashford who took the time to share their knowledge, concern, and passion for their town with the Planning and Zoning Commission and town leaders, either in spoken or written format. Both sides of this issue were represented in most cases eloquently, professionally, and with great care regarding the future of where they live. I would also like to thank a large number of you who shared how you would not want to be in my shoes or the shoes of any of the PZC commission members over the last 30 days. And the recognition of the responsibility of PZC and it has to its citizens and the town itself. I know I speak for all of the commission members when I say thank you for your confidence and trust in us to represent Ashford. So that being said, we will start with the applicant and Attorney Nuff.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, my name is John Nuff. I'm an attorney with an office at 147 Broad Street in Milford, and I'm here tonight on behalf of Campanelli. It's nice to see all of you again. We hope to accomplish a lot this evening, Mr. Chairman. I think we proved last time that we can get through a lot of material rather efficiently. We've been honing our presentation, and I think you all know that we have submitted some revisions to our regulation amendment in response to the comments that we heard last month. And we hope that these important changes are viewed in the manner in which they are intended, which is our commitment to work with the town of Ashford in an open and collaborative fashion. A couple of procedural matters before we begin, however, Mr. Chairman. First is just a quick reminder that if a commission member conducts his or her own research as to traffic, mill rates, whatever, we simply ask that you put those things in the record so that we can rebut them, call it, just figure out what it is that the intent is. And so if they need clarification, we have an opportunity to do that. And second of all, I want to address Commissioner Bellamy's comments just now. Candidly, that was at my request to your town attorney. And I want to assure the commission, I want to assure the public, and in particular Commissioner Bellamy, that that request wasn't made lightly. I've been doing this for a really long time, and I can count on one hand how many times I've asked a commission member to recuse him or herself. And I do that very reluctantly and only when I feel that there is, actual cause to do so. And one of the things that an applicant has to do is when they become aware of the possibility of a predetermination or any sort of ex parte communication or any of those things is to bring it to the commission member's attention while the hearing is open. So that he or she has an opportunity to respond. And so it's all on the record. It's not trying to be done after the close of the hearing and after a decision has been made on the application. So Commissioner Bellamy, I am fully aware that you did not participate in the February Conservation Commission meeting. I just want to call your attention, however, to a meeting that took place in December of 2020, shortly after the first application for a regulation amendment was denied. You had indicated that you said you wanted the Planning and Zoning Commission to pay attention to the PUCD, which clearly states the citizens want a rural atmosphere. There was a discussion about what allies the Conservation Commission could rally in order to oppose another application. And you mentioned that you might be able to get someone from DEEP to testify as well. And you had indicated that you're going to be serving on the Planning and Zoning Commission for 2 more years. And so therefore you could inform the Conservation Commission should another application arise. That is in fact what took place on January 23rd. Around at the 17:27 minute of that meeting on January 23rd, the chairperson of the Conservation Commission indicated that you had asked that the matter be placed on the agenda. It is an agenda item on the January 23rd Conservation Commission agenda. And then for the next 45 minutes, there ensued a discussion that I think the general tenor of which was in opposition to the proposed regulation amendments. And you're correct, you did not sit with during the February meeting, but my guess is that you haven't changed your mind, but I felt obligated to put on the record why it is that we felt that despite your recusal at the February meeting, we felt that it still warranted addressing with you specifically.
Well, thank you for saying, bringing that up. I have tried to be more factual with people who I think, because we don't have a town newspaper, it's hard for people to know what's going on. And I think a lot of people who are attending this meeting, a number of people have complained about that. So I wanted to bring it to people's attention that I knew about and knew would be interested in a factual manner.
Okay. Thank you for that. All right, so Mr. Chairman, I think we can continue on then. So the first thing we want to address, and we're going to get into a lot of the substance, but we've become aware that there is a flyer that's been distributed to all the homeowners or many of the homeowners in Ashford. And I just want to address that first and clear some of that out of the way. And then we can talk about the changes to the proposed regulations that are designed to reflect the concerns that were addressed last month. And then we can talk about, the process that we would have to go through that if the regulation amendment is approved. So let's start with that about the flyer that's been passed out. So as I've noted, Mr. Chairman, we pledge to work with the town in an open, candid, and respectful manner, as you indicated at the beginning of this meeting. And clearly, we are more than happy to discuss any and all legitimate concerns and even modify our proposal to resolve those concerns. But we are aware, of course, of what's taking place in the community and the anonymous campaign to spread what we feel are some outrageous allegations. We can only assume that you and members of the public have seen them too. We're not so much troubled by the allegations themselves, and many of them don't even deserve a response, but we are troubled by the fact that they're being made. Businesses and the communities in which they choose to locate can both flourish from a relationship based on trust, cooperation, and respect for each other's priorities. We would very much like to have that relationship with Ashford. But those productive relationships can only occur where there's a common understanding and each party maintains an open mind. But maybe that's what the opposition wants. They don't want, I'm not saying all the opposition, but whoever the author or the supporters were of this anonymous flyer. They don't want a productive, cordial, and mutually beneficial relationship. So they instead engage in a sort of a desperate speculation in order to create fear and undermine a candid dialogue. Their preference is to cloud your judgment rather than illuminate it. So we're going to set the record straight. There'll be more substance on most of the topics throughout the presentation, but I just want to respond to the misinformation flyer briefly but directly. So Sarah, if you can put up the deck. And the flyer I'm referring to, of course, is a flyer that's labeled 10 Things to Love. Okay, so the first one is a claim that a 1.5 million square house, 1.5 million square foot warehouse is permitted under our regulations. It would be the biggest in the area. Well, we have always only shown a 1 million square foot warehouse, but this one claim actually has some basis. So to be clear, even though we've only ever shown you a 1 million square foot footprint, because it's theoretically possible to have 1.5 under the regulations, we are proposing to amend that portion of our regulations to add a limitation, a cap of 1.1 million square feet to take that 1.5 off the table. And just parenthetically, there are other 1 million square foot, in fact, twice as large warehouse or distribution facilities within the 25-mile radius. Okay, next slide. There's a claim about the destruction of 70 acres of trees. Your current regulations allow 60% impervious coverage. That is your existing regulation. Our concept plan has always shown only 52 acres. So in actuality, our concept plan shows 18 acres less disturbance and more open space, because again, keep in mind that we are requiring open space at 30%, where your current regulations only require 10% of open space. Next, and we're going to be talking a lot about the watershed this evening. Well, first of all, they make a mention of an industrial building. We've taken that off the table as well. As you'll see in a few minutes, we are eliminating any industrial uses in our regulation amendment. In terms of the watershed, our site makes up a tiny fraction of the public water supply watershed. It's 104,000 acres across Eastern Connecticut. The development will have no effect on people downstream because the project will be properly engineered to ensure that the public water supply is not threatened. There is an exceedingly thorough process, multi-level process that has to take place with the town as well as the states. And we're going to go through that in detail, but I would also encourage you to read your own special permit regulations where we are required to provide substantial information on just this topic. Next slide. This one, 65,000 gallons a day into the Fenton. I grew up in Cleveland, so this sounds like a 1950s era steel plant on the shores of Lake Erie of dumping toxic industrial sewage into a water body. That's simply not the case. And it's just another illustration or example of the fear mongering that is taking place. Our site is going to be like any other home or business in Ashford. All wastewater for this site will be collected and treated on site. It will likely be in the realm of about 15,000 gallons per day, not the 65,000 that's been proposed. And we have investigated this with representatives of DEEP, and we'll supply further support later this evening. And by the way, just as a way of providing some context, the Lake Chaffee neighborhood, their estimated septic discharge is 57,000 to 70,000 gallons per day. So we are a small fraction of what the neighborhood to our south is discharging on a daily basis. And we currently are discharging at the site from the motel and the residence about 4,700 gallons per day. So our increase would only be about 10,000 gallons per day. Next, heights. Even at 75 feet, we believe, and I think we've shown that the views of the building would be very, very limited. Nevertheless, we have agreed to submit alternative language to limit any potential building to a maximum height of 55 feet. This certainly eliminates some potential users. We did not pick the height of 75 feet out of thin air. There are certainly users who would require that amount of clear heights. Nevertheless, because it became such an important concern for members of the town as well as members of the commission, we have unilaterally agreed to reduce the height to 55 feet. It still gives us 43 clear heights, and there's still a large number of potential users. We are limiting the universe of people that we could rent or sell to, but nevertheless, it became an important issue and we agreed to make that change. And by doing so, we're much more in keeping with other nearby towns. You'll see here that there are other nearby towns where their maximum height is 60 feet, 65, or up to 70 feet. So very consistent with other nearby towns. Next. Again, this claim is based upon the 60% impervious. We're trying to minimize impacts as compared to the existing regulations, again, because we are limiting or we are requiring 30% of open space as compared to the existing 10%. If this comment was motivated by the idea that truck traffic would be increased as in terms of like bringing topsoil or other earth products on or off the site, this is going to be a balanced site. So there won't be any need for large truck traffic with regard to taking earth materials on or off the sites. Next, now this is just wildly unnecessary, claiming the developer sucker punching the town. In our last presentation, we demonstrated, and I don't think there's been any question about this, that our development would add between $1.8 and $2.6 million to your town budgets. That's just simple math. Whether the town decides to spend more money on other things and the mill rate goes up or down, but the one thing you can rest assured of, and because we worked with your tax assessor, is that we will increase the bottom line of the amount of money that is coming into the town from real property taxes between $1.8 and $2.6 million. And if you had that on the books today, there'd be an average residential tax bill savings of $852. I know you asked us last time to evaluate that under a different scenario in terms of the appraised value of some other houses, and we're going to be supplying that to you. But to be clear, Uxbridge, Massachusetts, which we talked about last time, which is the most recent Campanelli development, they have in fact seen a decrease in their grand list from $17.35 in 2019 to $15.16 in 2022. And this is a letter that we received today, or the commission received today, from Brian Butler, who's the Board of Selectmen, or the chair of the Board of Selectmen in Uxbridge. And I think if you read this letter, this is directly inconsistent with the claim that we are sucker punching the town. In fact, they were quite pleased with their relationship with Campanelli. So I'm just going to read a portion of this. Dear members of the Ashford Planning and Zoning Commission, my name is Brian Butler, chairman of the Selectmen Board of the town of Uxbridge. As a public official, I very well understand the challenges that towns and their elected officials face in encouraging and promoting economic development for the health of the local budget and economy, while simultaneously ensuring the health, safety, and convenience of the town's residents. Decisions such as this have the potential to impact the town for many years, and as you consider the application before you, I thought that it would be beneficial to hear from another public official who has had direct experience with Campanelli to perhaps make your decision just a bit easier. I was impressed by Campanelli's professionalism, responsiveness, their cooperative attitude, their commitment to working collaboratively with the town, and their concern for potential impacts to neighbors, the town, and the environment. The end result has been a state-of-the-art project that has been a significant addition to our grand list, as well as offering significant employment opportunities for our residents. The completion of Campanelli's Business Park brought 4 out of 14 of Uxbridge's top taxpayers, with 3 in the top 4. This increased the town's tax revenue by 49%. I think you'll find this to be true wherever Campanelli has built a business park, and why it's so unfortunate that some members of the opposition have resorted to what amounts to as name calling. Next slide. Again, about traffic. We're going to hear a lot more about traffic this evening, but we are eliminating certain of the most traffic generating warehouse uses, which you'll hear about in a moment. Obviously, the traffic is going to be concentrated to the I-84 on and off ramps, and there will be a very thorough process both with the town and with the state with regard to regulating traffic and ensuring there are no negative impacts on the nearby roadways. Next. Again, more about public water and sewers. I've answered most of this. You're going to hear more about this this evening, but again, just another false claim. And now the last claim that people have said, another good example of fear mongering, that the developer doesn't care about Ashford, including that what if the owner turns out to be the Federal Bureau of Prisons? Well, that claim about the prison is so outlandish, we're not going to respond to it. As I said, Campanelli has enjoyed a respectful, cordial, cooperative relationship with the towns in which it owns 16 business parks and has approached the Ashford proposal in the exact same way. We have made changes to the regulations that we're going to be discussing with you this evening in order to be responsive. And as a further show of our commitment to the community, if we can go to the next slide. We've heard a lot about Maury Pond. So we control that 10.8 acres in Union, directly adjacent to Maury Pond. As another sign of good faith, we're willing to conserve that 10 acres upon the successful completion of our permitting or entitlement process in the town of Ashford and the town of Union. So again, I think this is demonstrative of Campanelli's commitment to the town of Ashford, the town of Union, to the environment, our willingness to work with the town, together with the proposed changes to the regulation amendment that we're going to be discussing with you this evening. So, we were a little bit taken aback by the tone and the content of this anonymous letter. We don't run from any opposition or any legitimate concern. Our desire is to engage in a dialogue, in a respectful dialogue, as the chair has requested. And so, but we just did feel that the comments that were made in this anonymous letter were beyond the pale, and we needed to, clear that up. So let's talk about what we're going to be doing for the rest of this evening. We heard a number of comments at the meeting in February. They really pretty much fell into 2 camps. One were concerns about the regulation amendment themselves and what could be permitted if the regulation amendment were passed, such as heights. And then the second group of comments really concerned, more site-specific comments that were relevant to subsequent approvals. But they're really fair questions about the approval process that we will need to go through. And we thought it was only fair to discuss the details that we will have to submit to the town and to state agencies to sort of put everyone's minds at ease and to demonstrate how the town and the neighbors will be protected by virtue of those other approval processes. So we're going to respond to each of those in turn that you see here on the screen, as well as taxes and fire safety. So let's talk about our proposed regulation, the changes to our proposed regulation amendment. So first, in the definition of distribution center, we are excluding any establishment engaged primarily in the direct distribution of e-commerce product to end users or the primary storage of hazardous material as a primary use. And then we're using essentially the same language in the warehousing section under 300-.19. You'll see that we are eliminating industrial uses, but what that language that we're adding to the distribution area as well as warehousing is it eliminates the most traffic intensive warehouse uses. I think one member of the commission had indicated he was looking at ITE numbers with regard to traffic generation. Well, we wanted to make clear that a last mile or that type of facility is not going to be proposed at this site, and really, hopefully, will put your minds at ease with regard to traffic generation issues. We also eliminated hazardous waste storage or delivery as a primary use. Certainly, if this was a warehouse for a grocery store, for instance, and there was bleach or other substances that may qualify in a certain quantity that would be tantamount or would be considered to be a hazardous substance. Well, certainly, I don't think anyone's concerned about that, but we will not. But we have pledged not to use this as a primary use in terms of hazardous material storage. The next one. We're proposing to reduce our maximum height by 20 feet. As I indicated earlier, we believe that we are eliminating some potential users, but we felt that it was important to work with the town and to respond to the town in a very substantive and meaningful fashion. And as I indicated earlier, the reduction in height is consistent with and sometimes less than nearby towns. And so we showed you renderings last time of the building at 75 feet. So here is a rendering of a building at 55 feet, taken from the vantage point of the overpass on I-84. Obviously, it's a little bit lower, nestled behind the trees a bit more. And the photograph at the bottom is the existing condition. So you can see that we are utilizing, the actual vegetation that's in existence. And then the next slide is taken from I-84 directly. Again, even more nestled behind the trees, more hidden from view from passersby. Yes, we understand that this is with the foliage on, but obviously the views will continue to be obscured even when the foliage is off. Obviously, the further you get away by means of topography or other intervening vegetation, the views will be considerably less. We chose, as to be conservative, the two perspectives where the building would be most visible. Okay, next slide. And also, as indicated, we are going to cap the building size at 1.1 million square feet. Under your existing regulations, we could go a little bit north of that at 1.135. But there have been claims that we would be building 1.5 million square feet. And so we wanted to make sure that the commission is aware, the town is aware, is that we will not be pursuing anything that large. We will cap it at 1.1 million square feet, and that is in the current draft as well. So with all that, we can now turn to the second part of our responses to the comments from last time, and that is to go through, in a very detailed fashion, all the approvals that we will have to obtain from various entities before we can even put a shovel in the ground. And for that, we have Kurt Procarina, who is a professional engineer and vice president of building and land engineering with Luero Associates. So, Kurt.
Hi, good evening, members of the commission. Again, for the record, Kurt Procarina, professional engineer, Luero Engineering Associates, 100 Northwest Drive in Plainville. As John mentioned, I'm going to go through essentially 5 items: stormwater, water supply, subsurface sewage disposal, the watershed, and then lighting. And really my job as the professional engineer is to deal with the facts, deal with the existing permits that exist at the state level and at the local level, and with the Eastern Connecticut Conservation District. And make no mistake, Connecticut's regulations are robust, which is a very good thing. We have a very sophisticated environmental permitting program here in the state. Everything we do is governed by regulations, and you'll see a lot of that as we move through these slides. One other note that I do want to talk about: you'll see a lot of mentions of low impact development. I like to call it integrated development, and what that means is creating development projects that balance economic development, quality of life, and environmental stewardship. Personally, I feel that's very important, and I feel that's the way projects should get done, must get done. So you're going to see a lot of references to low impact development, and I'll get into a little bit more about specifically what that means as we walk through the project. Next slide, please. Okay, so we'll start talking about groundwater and water supply. As there is no public water supply at the site, like many properties in the state of Connecticut, my home included, we will use a water supply well to meet our water needs. I'm not going to go through all these regulations on each slide. That would be very cumbersome, but the real intent here is to demonstrate there is a myriad of regulations that we have to go through. Most importantly, these regulations are governed by the Connecticut Department of Public Health. They really define everything that we do relative to our water supply. The other regulations are, of course, important, but that's really the dominant regulation that defines the steps that we take. I also want to point out down at the bottom, the water diversion program. That's something that was referenced at one point, and John touched upon it with regards to the amount of water that we'll use. The water diversion program was put in place to address the extraction of over 50,000 gallons a day of groundwater. We will absolutely not be going through that program. We have no desire or intent to withdraw that much groundwater from the site. It doesn't make sense for us, and I'll talk a little bit about more of that in detail as we move forward. Next slide, please. So the process for siting a water supply on our site is very arduous. One of the reasons for that is our water supply system will be considered a public water system, and that's a very important point. Unlike a well at someone's home or even a well at some businesses, because of the amount of people that will be using the well, it falls under the regulatory environment into the public water supply system realm. What that means is there's a series of very important steps, all defined by regulations, that we have to walk through in order to test the aquifer. There's a lot of documentation, analysis that we put into place, and it's all defined at each step of the way by the Connecticut Department of Public Health. It's also done in concert with Eastern Highlands Health District and really includes coordinating all of our on-site. You'll see that there's a phase 1A that is testing of the aquifer. We want to understand the quality of the water and the quantity of the water. It involves specifically locating our well, designing the system, and providing all of the supporting data. What that also means is we have to very carefully look at how our water extraction will affect the aquifer, will affect nearby wells. And the goal there is that as we look at withdrawing water from the aquifer, again, very similar to all the other wells in Ashford, we cannot affect any other wells. So through our analysis, we have to demonstrate to the DPH that we will have no effect on anyone else's well. We get drilling permits through Eastern Highlands Health District. Next slide, please. And that lays right into assessing, again, the aquifer. Following those steps, we actually install our well. Sometimes locations have a primary well and a backup well. Then we go through what's called the phase 1B process, where we actually put an application forward to get what's called a well site suitability certification. We also have to do well water quality and quantity testing. That all gets submitted and reviewed by the Department of Public Health. Additionally, the yield test results. And again, that's where we actually test the well, measure its effect on the aquifer. And again, I want to stress, we cannot have an effect on any other well. It's simply not allowed. The last stage of the process is where we apply for a certificate of public convenience and necessity. Very important process, and that process is how we essentially obtain approval to operate the well. So that includes supporting data, detailed plans and specifications for the well and all the associated systems. It includes an emergency notification plan should the site lose power, what will we do in those cases, etc. And it also includes operator information and verification because it's a public water supply, defined as a public water supply. We have to have a licensed operator of the system. That's an important point. Next slide, please. So some site-specific considerations. The groundwater classification on our site is GAA. Essentially, that means it's direct for consumption without treatment. Much of the groundwater in Eastern Connecticut is such. That's why we can sink a well and drink the water essentially with no treatment. Aquifer protection area, no, that's a distinct program. The site is not within an aquifer protection area. It is not within the area of contribution of a public water supply well. And again, our projected daily use of 15,000 gallons per day was derived from the anticipated population of workers and visitors. This is not an industrial facility. The usages are defined by the Connecticut Department of Public Health, and we have had preliminary conversations with them, and those numbers were vetted through them. That's how the 15,000 gallons per day was derived. There was some bit of information, I think, that was put out that talked about 75 gallons a day per person. That may be applicable to a residential situation where you're doing laundry, taking showers, running a dishwasher. Under our scenario, that is not the case. The number that we're using is 25 gallons a day per person. And that's essentially what an individual would use during the day, using the lavatory, coffee, hand washing, etc. Again, defined by the Connecticut Department of Public Health. And just in contrast, a typical two-bedroom house with 4 people, 300 gallons a day. And even further contrast, if we look at a user like the University of Connecticut, obviously with a large population, some very large numbers that they're drawing from their well field, multiple well fields near the Fenton River, etc. We're nowhere near that. We're actually not that much of a demand, relatively speaking. 15,000 gallons a day is really not that much water out of an aquifer, bedrock aquifer. And again, I talked about having no effect on the nearest well. The nearest well currently mapped is 0.32 miles away. We would have to do additional mapping as part of our approval process. Again, it's a very rigorous process to demonstrate that we will have zero effect on any well adjacent or near our site to that matter. Next slide, please. So transition subsurface sewage disposal system, as many folks call it, a septic system, as many of us in Eastern Connecticut have. I have one myself. This site has no public sanitary sewer exists. We'll be using one of these systems. This is tried and true technology. And yes, I do use the word technology. These are actually pretty amazing systems when you think about what they do. What's actually interesting is we talk about low impact development techniques. These systems actually recycle 100% of the water used at a facility. The water is treated through the system and then slowly released back into the environment, which is actually a good thing. The issue occurs with systems that are extremely old, that have broken down, that are overtaxed because there's been additional development. The system that is designed for this site will be a modern, state-of-the-art system. This system will be permitted through the Connecticut Department of Energy and Environmental Protection. They have a permit, a specific permit that will be used to design the system. That's the bullet you see at the bottom of the screen, and that's called the General Permit to Discharge from Subsurface Disposal Systems. That permit was new in October 13 of 2021, and it defines all of the design processes and operational processes to make sure that the system operates properly. Next slide. So that all starts with a site investigation, and I won't read this in detail, but essentially we do physical assessment, similar to the water supply well, of the site to determine the specific characteristics of the ground and of the soils. And then once we have that information, we design the system. I do want to note that as we do those investigations, they are all under the scrutiny of Deep and Eastern Highlands Health District. It's a very open process. it's a very defined process. Every step of the way is defined by the permit, is reviewed at the regulatory level. At any time, if the regulators feel that they need more information, it's our obligation to go collect that information and then implement the appropriate design elements. We have to prepare a technical plan that is defined in great detail in that general permit. Really, the technical plan talks about both the assessment and the design. It sets forth all of the design parameters, all the parameters we use to make sure that the system is suitable for the flows that it's intended to treat. We also have to prepare a wastewater management plan. Again, defined by the general permit, that's separate and distinct from the technical plan. But as you can see, the general permit is very detailed in what it calls for as these systems are designed. Once we prepare those plans, then we move on to that detailed engineering design process. Every single element of the system, down to the minutest detail, is designed with engineering calculations backing everything up. Next slide, please. That information is then pulled together, and then the general permit is prepared and filed to the state of Connecticut. And again, that's to the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection. That includes the technical plan, the wastewater management plan, all the site investigation data, and that detailed design. It's all very open book. Deep reviews that plan. They can come back, request additional information, request design changes. They can approve the registration with certain conditions. Only when that permit has been approved by DEEP can the system be constructed. And I want to stress that permit not only defines construction of the system, but it also defines operation of the system. That means that the system is designed properly to handle the design flow, but that also means that it is operated to ensure its long-term viability, so it does not result in any impacts to the subsurface, any impacts to the aquifer, or the like. So again, heavily regulated, which is a good thing, and we're prepared to walk through that process with DEEP, and only when DEEP approves it, move forward, with the septic system. So when the system is installed, it has to get installed by a licensed subsurface sewage disposal system installer. Again, even the people that install the system are licensed, are reputable people. I talked about the ongoing system inspection, monitoring, and maintenance, all defined in the general permit. That also includes record keeping. It's very open book. And that's important. This facility will rely on that system, just like many of us with septic systems rely on them for our home. We want to take care of that system. It is in the best interest of the team to make sure that that system is designed properly and operated properly, so it's viable and functional for the long term. Next slide. So some site-specific considerations. So this relates right to drinking water, because there is a concern, I think, that's out there that in some regards, the discharge, John touched upon it, is going to have an impact on the drinking water source. That is absolutely not the case. In fact, we are going to have a well on our own site. The last thing that we would want to do is have our own septic system impact our own well. Through the design of both the well system and the septic system, we will demonstrate and prove that those two will not have an effect on each other. As you can see from the state of Connecticut, we cannot affect any source of drinking water or water courses. Essentially, our system has to be designed such that it has no effect downstream of our site. We also have the Connecticut water quality standards, very important, particularly in an area where the groundwater supply is used for potable water. We cannot have an effect on that groundwater in any way, shape, or form. And then one last note to put a little context on it, our system will be similar to the system that's at Ashford High School. That system was permitted by DEEP. It's a very similar system. It's what we call a traditional subsurface disposal system, subsurface sewage disposal system. That's a very similar system to what were used, similar to what's in a modern home just larger to handle the flows that the site will produce. Next slide, please. Stormwater management. So stormwater is important. Anytime we do a site development, stormwater is a large part of our design process. I talked about that integrated design process. Stormwater management is critical, just as critical as water supply, subsurface sewage disposal. We need to integrate our site to make sure that we're managing our stormwater in accordance with the regulations. And similar to the other issues, stormwater is heavily regulated in the state of Connecticut. Those regulations flow from federal regulations down through the state. The main drivers in the state of Connecticut are the design process that's defined by the regulations, and then the operation, and I'll touch upon that in a little bit. Once the site is built, there's a specific permit that the site operates under. I also want to mention the Eastern Connecticut Conservation District LID guidance checklist. We welcome that, we embrace it. We are going to implement our stormwater design to be as much a part of LID as that checklist calls for, and we can get into those specifics, but it includes infiltration, and I do have a slide that talks about their recommendations, which we embrace. There is no end of pipe solution, like John mentioned, where there's a pipe from the site that discharges water out. That's simply not the way things are done anymore. Next slide. I'm not going to read these again, but I wanted to highlight the fact that the town has very good regulations, and a key element: encourage the use of best management practices to minimize, treat, prevent, and/or reduce degradation of water quality and flooding potential due to stormwater runoff from parking in all zones, et cetera, et cetera. Again, I'm not going to read the whole thing. We embrace the town's regulations. They're very well written. They really talk about using every tool as an engineer that we have available to us to manage our stormwater. Best management practices, LID, kind of interchangeable. It's being smart about the way we design these systems. The second bullet there, Connecticut Stormwater Quality Manual. The law says we have to design our system by that. The town's regulations incorporate that by reference. We also will use those recommendations by the Eastern Connecticut Conservation District. Those go hand in hand with the Connecticut Stormwater Quality Manual. They all promote the use of LID. I want to point out also the third bullet there, the town has very specific requirements for soil erosion and sediment control. That is an integral part of our stormwater management system. And really that relates more to how we manage the site during construction. It also relates to how we stabilize the site post-construction, but again, very important. That's also defined at the state level. I also want to mention, when we go through our design process, we have to define in great detail how our system was designed, the analysis that went into that design, that gets memorialized in a stormwater management report that gets submitted along with our application to the town. That application is scrutinized by the town, and in many cases is scrutinized by a third party. Sometimes towns will hire an independent third party to review the design, and we would welcome that. Absolutely. In fact, as an engineer, it gives me comfort to know that my design has been reviewed by a third party. That way we know that it passes muster. We want to do the right thing. Next slide, please. So the design and permitting process, I mentioned the integrated site design, low impact. We call those primary treatment practices, secondary treatment practices. Innovative and emerging technologies really refer to those LID type approaches. On the right-hand side, you can see all three of the things that I mentioned: the Connecticut Stormwater Quality Manual, the town's regulations, and the Eastern Connecticut Conservation District LID guidance. All work together. They're all complementary, and we embrace those. That is the philosophy we will use to design the site. The Stormwater Quality Manual defines, we go through the analysis I talked about, stormwater quality worksheets, lots of calculations. I mentioned permits. So once we design the project, it gets reviewed, and again, potentially reviewed by a third party, which we would welcome. During construction, there's yet another permit we have to obtain, and that's called the general permit for the discharge of stormwater and dewatering wastewater from construction activities. What that permit does is it makes us develop a plan that's called the Stormwater Pollution Control Plan that defines how we will manage stormwater during the construction of the project. Because this site is over 15 acres, that plan would be reviewed, must be reviewed by a third party. And again, we welcome third party review. So not only is our system design governed by extensive regulations, the construction process, how we manage the site during the construction process as those systems are being built, is also heavily regulated and defined by a state of Connecticut permit. Once the site is built and operational, there's yet another permit that needs to be filed and maintained, and that's called the general permit for the discharge of stormwater associated with commercial activity. That permit defines how our stormwater management system needs to be monitored, maintained, again, similar to the SSDS, to make sure that that system is functional and working as intended for the long term. Next slide, please. So let's talk about some of the stormwater management in terms of the watershed. John mentioned the watershed previously, and just a quick little bit of background. Watersheds are defined as from large to small. If you think about a watershed like a table with a series of bowls on it, all those bowls are the local basins. At a sub-regional level, you may think about it as the whole table. At a regional level, it's multiple tables put together, and that at a basin level or a major level, it's much larger. So that's where you can see we are in the Thames River watershed, or the Thames River Basin. Within that is the Natchog watershed. Within the Natchog is the Fenton River watershed, and then there's 16 local basins. The Natchog watershed, 114,000 acres overall. To put a little bit of context to it, our site is about 52 acres of development. That's about 0.04%, of the overall watershed. We've reviewed the Natchog Healthy Watershed Protection Plan. We absolutely embrace that plan. And I just wanted to highlight, it's focused on the protection of water quality and quantity and the watershed health of the greater Natchog watershed, which includes the Fenton River, Mount Hope River, and Natchog River upstream of the Willimantic Reservoir. We will have no effect on the watershed by design. I talked about the SSDS and the stormwater management. Because we're going to focus on those LID principles, it's not only the right thing to do, the regulations say we have to do it, we want to do it. We will have no effect on the water quality. Last but not least, the Natchog LID guidance checklist I mentioned. We fully embrace what's on there. Our design would absolutely follow that. Next slide, please. So in November of 2020, Jean Pillow prepared a response where she looked at the initial application they put in. She had 4 recommendations, and I wanted to put those recommendations in a slide because we absolutely embrace the recommendations from Eastern Connecticut Conservation District. I'm not going to read them all, but a few of the things that I've underlined: maximize infiltration of stormwater runoff. That's the LID approach that we will take. I mentioned using the LID practices outlined in the Stormwater Quality Manual LID appendix. We absolutely will use LID techniques on this site. Impervious cover is always a concern. You heard John mention that. We strive to minimize impervious cover. And remember, the regulations say that our site, with respect to the way groundwater, stormwater is handled, cannot be any different between pre-development conditions and post-development conditions. We cannot simply push the groundwater or the stormwater downstream. It's not allowed. We have to design the site such that Mother Nature doesn't necessarily know there's a development on the site. That's where those LID techniques come in. Again, looking at the quantity and the quality of the stormwater. They bring up groundwater recharge. Absolutely. Our stormwater would be recharged into the ground. We will have no runoff from the site that exceeds what would currently be under existing conditions today. Again, the last bullet, impervious cover, low impact strategies. Again, I said you would hear that a lot. We embrace it. Low impact is how we would design the site to achieve these, with the end result of no impact on the watershed, no impact on our neighbors. Next slide, please. This is just a quick graphic of the Natchog. You can see us up in the upper left there. Natchog watershed number 32, 114,000 acres. We take this extremely seriously. We don't want to have an effect. We drink the water too. We live in the area. It's very important that our design is protective of the environment. So I'll wrap it up with site lighting. Lighting is always a concern. The town has excellent lighting regulations. These are excerpted from the town zoning regulations. I won't read them in detail, but essentially, lighting is really a quality of life issue, especially in rural areas. Gone are the days of floodlights and large wall packs. Lighting has gotten a lot smarter, and these regulations, credit to the town, really speak to that. So we fully embrace this. Next slide, please. Essentially, in a nutshell, outdoor lighting shall be kept to the minimum intensity needed for ground and entry lighting. No exterior lighting shall be used in a manner which produces a bloom or a direct glare on neighboring property or adjacent street, or produces an objectionable visual disturbance. All exterior lighting shall be shielded so that the source of light cannot be directly seen from off the property. That's right out of the town's regulations. We embrace it. How do we achieve it? We use LED lighting, smart lighting systems. As I said, there's no more floodlights. There's no more wall packs. Localized design. What does that mean? Because LED lights are so efficient and so small, instead of having large lights that light up large areas, we can have much smaller localized areas of lighting that is very specific to its intended purpose. That lighting can also be controlled various times of the day, even areas of use. If an area is not in use, that lighting can be shut off. Gone are the days of lighting up an entire site, even if there's no activity. That's what I mean by smart systems. Lighting uses full cutoffs, shields, and baffles. These are dark sky standards, a term commonly used. We want to avoid errant lighting or stray lighting. The lighting systems have gotten very sophisticated in recent years with their ability to shield and direct lighting. We would embrace that. Another technique we have, mounting height, wattage, and aiming. All this is carefully reviewed during the design process. The lighting is put through a numeric analysis where we look at the luminaires. We do light level mapping. All of those materials ultimately get submitted to the town as part of the site plan application. So it's all very open book. It's all laid out. But again, the key takeaway is it's smart lighting. When you think about it from an owner operator standpoint, it's energy efficiency. So we really strive to minimize the lighting. We want lighting for operations and security, but our systems today are designed to minimize it and make it very efficient with regard to how that lighting is used.
Okay, Kurt, thank you. Our next presenter is our traffic engineer, Kevin Soley, who's going to pretty much do the same thing that Kurt just did with regard to all the various requirements we need to go through on stormwater and aquifer protection and watershed protection, but apply it in the context of traffic improvements. Kevin?
Attorney Nuff,
could-
this is Chairman Silversmith. Just a bit of administrative work here.
Sure.
Jerry, are you on? That you can hear me? And you can tell us you're there? Mike, do you still show Jerry being on?
Jeff, this is Dick. Jerry was shown as being on when we were at the full screen before we went to the presentation.
Yes, I realize that, but in order to seat him, I need to be sure that he's still here.
Yep, he was. Let me just check again. I don't see him by name. Let me just check to make sure his phone number. I don't see him. So unless he joined
Okay.
from a different number, I don't think he's with us.
Okay, so unless I hear from him differently, then we'll continue with Doug being seated. Thank you, Attorney Nuff. Please go right ahead. Sorry for the interruption.
Okay. No, thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I said, our next presenter is Kevin Soley, who's going to, give you pretty much the same discussion, the context of traffic that Kurt just gave you with regard to the issues that he discussed. So Kevin,
Good evening, members of the commission. Can you all hear me?
we can't.
Fine.
All right, great. So good evening. Again, for the record, my name is Kevin Soley. I'm a licensed professional engineer in the state of Connecticut with Soley Engineering, offices located at 501 Main Street in Monroe. I'm also a professional traffic operations engineer, which is a special designation for traffic engineers. So as was discussed at the last hearing, I just kind of wanted to reiterate and rehash some key components of what we discussed. As we talked about at the last hearing, this process is a highly regulated process from a traffic review standpoint. So this slide kind of summarizes and just provides bullets of that. During the local process, there's a full traffic impact study prepared by the project proponent, and then that is reviewed by the commission as part of that special permit process. And the commission can certainly have a third-party peer review that report to ensure that it's done in accordance with traffic engineering methodologies and to ensure and reinforce that it won't have an adverse impact on the roadway network. And then in addition to the town process, the project also will need to go through the Connecticut Department of Transportation and the Office of State Traffic Administration. And that has a three-step process where we first review our trip generation, traffic volumes, we look at potential traffic impacts, we establish any required mitigation that may be necessary, and we also have a pretty robust drainage analysis to make sure that it doesn't have an adverse impact to the state facilities from a drainage standpoint also. The Office of State Traffic Administration does a very extensive review, make sure that the project will not have an adverse impact. And then they also consult with the local town's traffic authority to make sure that, solicit any feedback from the town, make sure that the town's concerns are also addressed and that there won't be an adverse impact to the roadway network. So as I know I've stated before, any potential impacts associated with this project have to be mitigated by the applicant. So, if the project needs to widen the road slightly to make sure there's adequate room for vehicles to turn left into the driveway and also continue north towards, away from the highway, we have to provide that mitigation. We have to perform those improvements, and those improvements get done at the expense of the applicant. There is no cost implications or cost risk associated with the town of Ashford or with the state of Connecticut. They make sure that any project mitigate their impacts fully and absorb all those costs associated with it. So that's all paid by the applicant and not the taxpayer. And then after we go through the local permitting process and the DOT OSDA process, we then have to go for an encroachment permit for actually work within the state right away. So it's a very, very highly regulated, highly scrutinized process to ensure that we don't have an adverse impact. And as you stated at the last hearing, we've evaluated the intersection, the Diamond Cloverleaf intersection. There's more than adequate capacity to accommodate development like this. And you go to the next slide, please. And there was conversations about trip generation and potential impacts. I know there's been a lot of information put out there in front of the board, in front of the commission about potential trips that would be associated with this development. And I wanted to kind of highlight all of the trip generation different land use codes, which are established by the Institute of Transportation Engineers. So as traffic engineers, we have certain tools we can use. The ITE creates trip generation rates for very specific types of uses. These are the uses that would kind of fall into the industrial category. And we've, based on our trip generation, we estimate that the proposed development is likely going to fall into a warehouse category, which is land use code 150. And as you can see, the weekday average rate for that is 1.71 trips per 1,000 square feet. As I believe Attorney Nuff mentioned before, we talked about the changes to the regulations, and those actually are very specific because they preclude a number of uses, which could be could potentially represent a higher generation. So those would be the parcel hub warehouse or potential last mile facility. So the changes to the regulation and the use definitions preclude some of those other developments, which could potentially have a higher trip generation. So, what this table shows is, based on these land use categories and their definitions, warehouse, land use code 150, land use code 154, or land use code 155 are really the only ones that would be applicable for this development, for this potential project. And those are all comparable trip generation rates, which are far lower than some of the more intense development. And again, whatever we're proposing is reviewed not only on the local level, but also with the state of Connecticut. And they ensure that if we were to potentially look at a different type of use, they'd make sure we do our traffic study based on trips associated with that specific use. And again, we'd have to mitigate our impact. So there's more than adequate capacity in the network to accommodate any one of these uses, especially the ones that we're talking about today, which are obviously much more modest in their trip generation. And if you can go to the next slide, we did provide a summary which talked about some potential trip generation comparisons. As we discussed, under the current regulations, we can provide a manufacturing facility of well over 1 million square feet. That would generate far more traffic than what's being proposed as part of this regulation amendment. We also discussed at the last hearing, a potential lifestyle type retail center, which are allowed under the current regulations. Those would also generate multiples of the number of trips we'd anticipate. And then just to provide a very modest comparison, we looked at just an Aldi gas station and a convenience store, a gas convenience store. Even that would generate more trips in a peak hour than what we're proposing as part of our proposed regulation amendment and up to the warehouses we've talked about. So again, we believe that what we're proposing is really the most optimal from a trip generation standpoint, have the least potential impact to the roadway network, and can more than adequately be accommodated in the network. If you go to the next slide. And then lastly, again, just to kind of reiterate and rehash why this is such an ideal reason, the intersection of Ashford Motel Road and Fish Point Road is located less than 500 feet from exit 72 westbound and 1,500 feet from exit 72 eastbound to 84. Its location is prime for this type of development. I think that's been identified in the POCD. There's concerns about potential truck traffic on local roads, and as again we've demonstrated at the last hearing, all of the specific truck GPS apps all direct you out to state highways and do not direct through local roads. And again, Route 89 between Ashford Motel Road and exit 72 has more than sufficient capacity to accommodate any traffic in this short span. And again, the modifications to the language we think really do preclude some of those potential higher trip generation uses. So again, these proposed regulation amendments really does create the optimal scenario where you can have a sizable investment in the community with minimal impact and no impact to the area roadway network from a traffic standpoint.
Perfect. Thank you, Kevin. Mr. Chairman, we just have two more topics. One other presenter, which is Mark Forget, who's our development expert, to respond to some of the questions about taxes and your grant list. Mark?
Good evening. For the record, Mark Forget, Planning and Development. I'm a land use expert, AICP certified planner. I worked on the fiscal outline and was asked to revisit the median home price, which is what I did. I reached out to the town's assessing official. She actually calculated what the median appraised home in the community is. So this includes all residential units, mobile homes, cottages, condominiums, and single family homes. So the median value appraisal in the community is $230,000. 70% of that is used for taxation. Drops it down to 166,180 is the assessment. Based on that analysis, we're anticipating a savings of $623 for the median appraised value home in the community. Next slide, please. We also looked at a couple other appraisals. One was a higher appraisal of $400,000, which would be an assessment of $280. It would be a savings of just over $1,000 based on a lower mill rate. And we looked at a lower appraisal of $190,000, which would have an assessment of $133,000 and $498 in savings. The savings scenarios here are based on this use being built and on the ground today. That just gives you some context of what might happen in the future. Spending obviously is a local issue, and how much savings there will be dependent on the leadership in the community and the voters and what you decide to spend money on. Last year, the community spent $1 million to fund your capital improvement plan. This project will pay for that in its entirety. I believe there's one more slide. Just to give context to you and your neighbors, most of the neighboring communities have a lower mill rate, with 2 having a higher. This came up in discussion in the last meeting also, of how the community of Ashford compares to the rest of the area. I'll turn it back to Attorney Nuff.
Great, thank you, Mark. So the last topic we want to address is fire safety. We know we've heard a lot about that last month as well. For that, we're going to rely upon the letter submitted by your fire chief, Paul Varga. That's in the record for everyone to take a look at. I'm not going to read the slide in its entirety, but essentially what he's saying here is he has no concerns about his team's ability to respond to an emergency at the site by virtue of the building's size, by virtue of its height, and that's when the building was still 75 feet high. Public water supply, none of those will be an issue from his perspective, and I certainly no one wants to take issue with any of his conclusions. And he also points out that he would expect there to be about 24 calls per year. There's already 8 occurring at the Ashford Motel, so that's only an increase of 16 calls per year. So that concludes our presentation, Mr. Chairman. We tried to do this in a very thoughtful and organized fashion. We really hope that this answers a lot of the concerns that were raised last month. And we hope that you see that our approach is in stark contrast to the allegations that have been made that I discussed when we first started the call. Our goal is simply to ask you to allow us to take those next steps, to run that gauntlet of additional approvals that we have to go through, where the town will be with us every step of the way, either requiring your approval or allowing you to oversee what it is that we're doing with other state agencies. So I know that you want to get to the public again, Mr. Chairman, but one of the things we really want to do is we want to hear from the commission. We made some, I think, very significant changes to the our proposed regulation amendment. We try to inform you as much as we can about the very rigorous process that we need to go through. So a lot of the concerns that were raised last time, they don't need to be addressed now. There's going to be plenty of opportunity in the future to address those. So we would very much like to hear from the commission, hear your thoughts, and if there's other changes that we can reasonably make or that you can reasonably request, our ears are open. We're happy to, as I said, we're all repeating this many times. We're happy to work with you in a very collegial and constructive manner to bring this property back on the tax rolls in the way your POCD envisions.
Okay, thank you very much, gentlemen, for your presentation. Obviously, we really appreciate that. I think you did a nice job in pulling down quite a bit of information. I know you did send in a report to us. It wasn't this presentation, but it was a 57-page piece for us to try and digest this afternoon, which might be difficult. But again, thank you for narrowing that down. So I'm opening it up to the commissioners for any questions or clarifications required. I do see that Luther has his hand up. And so Luther, please go right ahead. There we go.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to, thank Attorney Nuff and his team for putting together another robust presentation with good fact-based information for us. As a commissioner, I always appreciate presentations based in fact like this. I have 2 questions or areas of potential clarification for your team this evening. The first one is, pertains to the tax calculations that were provided to the commission regarding projected, again, these are hypothetical projected revenue potential. I understand the methodology for developing anticipated revenue for both the property value and for the business personal property values were developed by sampling representative structures and businesses in other towns in the state and then developing an average per square foot valuation. And all of that seems entirely reasonable. And my question is why this approach was not used as it pertains to valuation for vehicle taxes. Vehicle taxes were addressed simply through an assumption, sort of a process. And I guess the question is there data that could be leveraged to give us a more representative sampling of what the actuals could be, or something to that effect? And we can certainly, get that information from you at a future date. I don't expect you to have that on tap at the moment. And I'd give the gentleman an opportunity to respond to that, or I can move on to the second question.
Mark, let us know your preference.
I can certainly get back to you, Commissioner, with an outline of that. I mean, it was based on discussions with officials in Campanelli, what the value of a tractor trailer is. If you want some more hard data, we can certainly do that. I thought we were pretty conservative with the figure, but we can certainly dig deeper and get you some more information. That'd be fine.
It might be helpful, and I want to be very careful. You're being transparent. I want to also be transparent. I don't also want to overstep the bounds of what is acceptable. My concern is that representation overstating value to the town, because common practice for a lot of motor carriers is to register their fleet in states that have minimal or no tax liability for vehicles. And I hope that that's not overstepping or projecting or forecasting. I would just like clarification on that.
No,
Yes, I mean,
go ahead, Mark,
go ahead.
and then I have a supplement. The important thing to consider, Commissioner Brock, is the fact that you are required to pay taxes if that vehicle essentially sleeps in your town 3 months or more. So they may be registered in Arizona or Texas or Florida, but if that vehicle is sitting in the town of Ashford for 3 months or more, we are required to have it registered, not a true registration, but to notify the town and pay tax on that vehicle for that period of time.
Thank you. That is very helpful. And so my other question, Mr. Chair, would be just a clarification on the stormwater management. Again, with the caveat that these are hypotheticals, but this is sort of, so can a use as outlined in this application for change of regulations, can a use as outlined have a design for stormwater management that addresses potential inadvertent contamination of that stormwater so that no contaminants are released from the site? And I just wanted to ask that in a direct fashion, because although I know the gentleman cited multiple regulatory compliance needs for stormwater management and the plans therein, I think this is an important question to have clarified or verified for the commission, that a use such as what's outlined can be engineered in a way that we don't have to worry about risk of introducing contaminants outside of the stormwater management area.
Yes, and the answer to your question is absolutely yes. So stormwater design and stormwater management can be thought of as two separate topics. Stormwater design relates to the site and the way that stormwater is managed, and that typically includes the LID measures that I talked about and such. On the operational side, there are also state level permits that are based on a specific activity that a facility will undergo. In our case, we're talking about a warehouse type use, so it's that general permit for commercial activities. If someone were to design a facility that had other type uses, there are other state level programs that they must file under and operate their facility under those programs. Those programs include additional spill control measures, including additional plans, spill prevention control and countermeasures plans, and the like that are very specific to the operational nature of the proposed facility.
Thank you for that.
Anything else, Luther?
That's all for now, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'm trying to see what I've got here for commissioners. I don't see hands up from the commissioners. Are there any statements the commissioners would like to make or questions we have?
I have a question.
Nord.
I have a question for the traffic engineer. If you look at a road map, you can plainly see that that site located where it's located and the direct route to Providence, Rhode Island, which is a listed destination. It's a straight shot through the center of our town. Now, I don't see where you're not talking about that, but I could see that with fuel costs that are today and time savings that would be realized by routing these big trucks through the center of our town. There's nothing at all to stop anyone from doing this. Could you respond to that?
Kevin, are you still with us? You know what? I think Kevin had a drop off. You know what? If we could let us come back to him in a few minutes and we'll get him the question.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Anything else, Nord?
No.
Okay.
I have a question.
Janet?
Yeah, hi. Thank you. Thank you. I'm glad that you are looking at the Natchuck Healthy Watershed Plan, because I think that's very important. It has a lot of good restrictions and ideas in it to protect the groundwater and the river. I do have a question. If you're building a state-of-the-art building, what happens when it's no longer state-of-the-art and nobody wants the building anymore? Is that something you've encountered?
Well, I think these buildings have a very long shelf life because they could be state of the art. And don't forget, you can also retrofit these to whatever it is, the needs of, as things progress over time. So my guess is that given Campanelli's experience over, there are 16 other business parks that, none of those buildings have become obsolete over the course of, many years. But certainly, could that happen, 20, 30, 40, 50 years from now? Of course, things can change, and then, that property can be repurposed at that time. But I don't think there's anyone on our team that would foresee making an investment of this kind in something that's going to become obsolete in the near future, even within the next several decades.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else, Janet?
No, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Around here, I'm doing very well with this. Chair. Nothing there. Okay, I don't see any of the other commissioners with a request for you. However, I do have a question regarding the water and well issues.
Yeah, Jeff, this
Oh,
is
sorry.
Dick. I can't find myself on this multiple screens here to raise my hand. One of the point that wasn't brought up, and since the presenter has presented all sorts of detail, part of the application process for a special permit requires the applicant to put up a fee that would be used by the Planning and Zoning Commission to hire consultants and to do due diligence on the application. And that fee is 1% of the value of the property of the building being proposed, or $50,000, which is ever greater. That gives the Planning and Zoning Commission a significant kitty to draw upon to hire consultants and people that could help us evaluate what is being proposed by whatever person would be proposing to develop this site. And I think that's a key element that is not usually in most towns' application process, but we specifically put it in based upon some of the experience we had over the past 5 or 10 years of other applications coming in front of us that we were concerned about. That's it, Jeff.
You didn't have a specific question or anything of the applicant?
No,
I
no,
think
no,
you
I
did.
didn't, but you
Okay.
asked for comment, and I think that pertains to the level of detail that the applicant has, or not applicant, but the potential applicant has gone through, in that planning and zoning would have the ability to go through and evaluate whatever they would propose in great detail, using funds that would be part of the application process.
Right, okay, thank you.
Mr.
I
Chairman,
understand.
on the traffic question that was posed, we have a stand-in for Kevin. Colleen Byrne can answer that question, but before we get there, I would just like to indicate that, as Kurt mentioned, there's actually a lot of towns that require peer reviews, whether it's traffic or stormwater or soil erosion control. And you particularly see this with regard to wetland applications. It's always been my view that that is a great thing for an applicant, because it gives them another level of comfort for a commission to know that someone who's operating on their behalf is overseeing that process and overseeing those plans and commenting upon the applicant's proposal. So as Kurt said, you know, we would welcome that, gladly offer the money to hire your own experts on whatever matter you want to hire them, because we embrace that scrutiny and would have no objection to that. So with that, you know, I'm going to turn to Colleen to answer the question about the truck traffic in the middle of town.
Thanks, John. My name is Colleen Byrne. I'm with Foley Engineering. I'm a senior project manager and a road safety professional, level 2 in infrastructure. I can step in and answer that question about the GPS routing trucks to Providence. One of the reasons and one of the things that those GPS trucker apps take into consideration is also like fuel economy, idling time, acceleration and deceleration. So although the route may appear to be more direct on a map, typically it's not efficient for a truck to take local roads due to the amount of traffic signals or stop signs that they would have to stop at, or the number of turns that would be required. Acceleration and deceleration would greatly decrease the fuel efficiency and the travel time for a large truck to navigate those roadways. So usually the interstate options, although less direct, are more efficient for those truckers.
Thanks,
Thing
Colleen.
is, there's nothing to stop them from going through the center of town.
That would be correct, unless there's like a truck route restriction or a weight restriction on a roadway. Typically, they would prefer the interstate roadways.
And also keep in mind, that's one of the reasons why we made changes to the definitions of the uses, because it's those other uses, those other distribution uses, the last mile type facilities, that actually would engender some traffic, you know, through the town, because they might be making deliveries directly to Ashford residents. But for the most part, all these trucks, as both Colleen and Kevin have indicated, would be going directly to 84, which is only a few hundred feet from our site.
Thank you. I see Jeff Schillinger has his hand up. I'm sorry, Jeff, I missed you before.
Yeah, no worries, Dick. My question is directed to the ownership and operation of the facility once it's constructed. Is it the intention of the applicant to retain ownership, maintain this facility, whatever is built, and then to regulate the activity that is conducted on this facility or this property?
Well, I don't know if that's entirely relevant. I mean, either could happen. I think the Campanelli's experience is that they own and manage 16 other business parks. I think that would be the case here. I don't, obviously, on any site, whether it's a multifamily development, a retail center, or anything, that developer can own it and lease it, or they could sell it. But obviously, whoever owns it would have to comply with all the other requirements that were imposed by the rigorous approval process that we'd have to go through. But I think it would be Campanelli's intention that they would continue to maintain ownership of it.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Jeff. Let me just check my list here. And if you are a commissioner and you do have something to say, just go ahead and speak up if I can't find you here. And in the interim, I do have a question regarding the water and well, which obviously is been a very, very big issue for both sides of the issue when it comes to a potential development of this area itself and some of the changes in use. When you go into an area to potentially put in some development that we're looking at, and what was discussed was proving that the location will provide the requirements you need to meet certain regulations and restrictions and such, with no effect on other wells and the water table and such like this. Is it a chicken or the egg type of thing? Do you do these studies to find out that it will or will not have an effect? Or does this come after some development has taken place on the site itself?
Nope, the development of the water supply is done as part of the design process. It's an early part of the design process. It's considered part of the core infrastructure of the site. So that testing and those documents are filed. We engage Department of Public Health very early in the process, but that is considered part of the design process.
Okay. Thank you for that. Anything else from the commissioners at this point? Okay, if you don't mind, Attorney Nuff, we'll go to the public comment. And we'll start with Pam Summers. Pam, you're up first.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Pam Summers, 105 Nazy Road. The developer and the lawyer have one goal to get, and that is to get this warehouse built, regardless of the wishes of the residents of Ashford. They've told us what they believe that we want to hear: large tax revenues. It'll cause minimal disruption to the town. It'll be environmentally good for the town. Construction will follow all regulations. But what they haven't told us is what they intend to put in this warehouse. So we can't be guaranteed what the real impact will be to the town. They also cannot address what the impact will be to the residents' quality of life. They can't guarantee that we won't suffer any loss of this quality. I left Washington, D.C. for a rural, peaceful life, and I'll leave Ashford again if this warehouse is built. And I'm sure I'm not going to be the only one who will move out of town if this happens. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Pam, for your comments. Moving on to Sean Dwyer. I'm sorry, with a W, Dwyer.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Silversmith and members of the commission. My name is Sean Dwyer. I am the recording secretary and business agent from Teamsters Local 443. Thank you for the opportunity to offer some comments tonight on the proposed zoning change that would allow the new development in the town of Ashford. While I'm not a resident of Ashford, I've been following this project and others like it in Connecticut for some time, and would like to highlight some of the important items that you should consider as part of your deliberation. We stand with many of the citizens of Ashford, and the Keep Ashford Rural organization is strongly urging the committee to oppose a proposed amendment to interstate interchange development zone application. You've heard from many citizens last month, and I'm sure more this evening, on the environmental, economic, and sustainability problems with this application. You should make you reject the amendment. I want to bring to your attention the human side of why you should reject the proposed amendment. We are working at the state capitol on legislation, Senate Bill 152, which provides much needed protections for warehouse workers through improved occupational safety and health standards, providing transparency and ensuring workers in these facilities have the basic workplace rights. A recent report from the National Employment Law Project that I've submitted shows the increasing and growing problems with Amazon facilities and buildings of this size and their treatment of workers in our state. The report just released from OSHA has data that Amazon reported itself that have compiled and released. It shows Amazon's intense production pressures have created workplace safety crisis here in Connecticut that has led to a 20% rise in injuries to Amazon workers in our state. In addition, the injury rate for workers employed at Amazon warehousing and logistics facilities in Connecticut increased by 65% in 2020 to 2021, and 93% of those injuries in Connecticut Amazon workers experienced during the time were so severe that they could not continue performing their normal job duties and had to either change job duties or take time off to recover. The report records from the Occupational Safety and Health Administration on Amazon workers and their facilities in Connecticut is showing that more and more Amazon workers in Connecticut are being treated unfairly and continue to have increased levels of serious injury in their facilities. One of the lessons from COVID-19 pandemic was the recognition of the vital role of warehouse workers, including Connecticut Teamsters, have played in sustaining our state through these unprecedented times. The heavy workload placed on these hardworking employees has resulted in more worker-related injuries due to employer-created quotas that violate basic health and safety. Corporations should not be allowed to put profit over people, and you should be sure that any action you take will protect warehouse workers from further mistreatment and abuse and result in a better workplace environment in our state. Please consider these facts and vote to reject the proposed zoning text amendment for the
Want to say something? I don't know how to get that.
Development zone and set forth application submitted by the applicants. I would happy to answer the question.
If you want to say something.
Thank you. Sorry about the interruption. Thank you, Mr. Dwyer.
Thank you.
Moving on to John Parks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the commission. I'm an attorney, and I was contacted by residents of Ashford who are concerned about the proposed text amendment regarding your IID zone. My office is located at 352 Billings Road in Somers, and I've reviewed the video of your February 13th meeting, as well as the documents that were posted on your town's website. I've been involved in a number of these warehouse applications in a variety of towns throughout the state. And while each of these applications is somewhat different, they all have things in common. In all the other towns that I've worked in, the zoning regulations allowed warehouses as a permitted use. They were allowed in industrial zones near other industrial uses. Your IID zone is not an industrial zone. It was actually designed to promote agricultural businesses. When zoning districts are laid out, and specifically when it was laid out in Ashford, this part of town was not near any other industrial uses. As a result, the normal zoning safeguards that would protect the surrounding properties were not included. Proposing to now add an intensive industrial use via a text amendment is a radical way of introducing a use that this town is clearly not prepared for. It's piecemeal, and none of the other provisions in your regulation will protect you from what was never envisioned when this zone was created. Here's what's coming if you approve this text amendment. I filed some trip generation data in connection with a memo that I filed today, and it's posted on your website. Take a look at the daily number of tractor trailers. Park them from end to end, and you'll see a 15-mile long freight train with tons of freight that's going to drive in and out of Ashford every single day. Your infrastructure is not set up to handle that kind of a burden. The site isn't big enough to contain it, so the excess trucks will be parked on the side of the road, engines running. Residents will be forced to navigate that obstacle course. Too many trucks, too little room. 160 loading docks. It takes approximately 1 hour to load and unload a tractor trailer. You can have a new truck there times 160 every hour, 24/7. Distribution centers like what you'll open this town up to are beehives of activity all day and all night. You don't think you'll be insulated from the noise and vibration and diesel fumes just because this is located up near the highway. Every single resident in this town will be impacted. Don't sell out to this developer. Put it to the town vote. See what the residents want. At the end of the 3.5-hour meeting that I listened to on February 13th, good suggestions were made by some talented people. Listen to them. Deny this piecemeal approach and work on a comprehensive amendment that takes into account the other 99% of the town. The way Ashford will be, that way Ashford will be in the control of Ashford residents. You won't be stuck with language drafted by someone who doesn't live here and that won't need to endure what's being proposed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Parks. Appreciate your input. Next up is Larry Gagg.
Thank you, Jeff. Can you hear me?
Hear you just fine.
Although this special permitted area is remote from most of the town, it is also a gateway into Ashford for people arriving from Interstate 84. Therefore, efforts should be made to preserve the scenic beauty of the area and natural resources such as wetlands, Morey Pond, and Mount Hope River. Likewise, any economic development should be mindful of these sensitive environmental resources. Those were not my words. They were taken from the Ashford Plan of Conservation and Development, page 34. At least 3 members of the current Planning and Zoning Commission were co-authors of that plan. That plan was adopted by our community. The existing requirements for this zone were written to be consistent with that plan and adopted by the community. As you know, the applicant is unwilling to work within these existing uses, existing building square footage, and existing building height and existing building percent coverage, as well as other parts of the code. These requirements in our current code were created to meet both the developmental and conservation interests of our town. It appears that 250,000 square feet, which today the applicant reduced his language to more than 4 times this. It appears that 1/4 square feet is not large enough for the applicant to make the amount of profit he desires. Please do not let his profit motives dictate our building codes. They were written by volunteers like you with the interests of our town in mind. Please do not jump at hypothetical money he is trying to flash in our faces. That would be a betrayal of our existing plan and our existing goals. Please listen to the citizens and the experts that have been speaking up and will be speaking up tonight. Thank you for your time. Oh, I forgot to identify Larry Gagg, 179 Varga Road, Ashford, Connecticut.
Thank you, Larry. Thank you for your input. Harry Olson.
Thank you, Chairman Silversmith. I have to say, so initially I've got a couple of procedural issues that concern me. The first is making sure that the record is clear. Can you hear me? I'm sorry. I'm hearing some background.
It fuzzed a little bit, but go right ahead.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Just fine.
Okay. I want to make sure that Commissioner, and I hope I'm not mutilating his name, Jenny, Doug, who was seated tonight, puts on the record as to whether he was either present or listened to the previous proceedings. I think that's very important to make sure that that's on the record, and I just commend him to do so. The second thing that is, to me, extremely upsetting is that I spent half of a day yesterday, beautiful day, as you all know, working on the memorandum of law, which is 7 pages long, which was posted and is part of the record today, only to discover that a few hours ago, 7 hours ago, according to when I first learned of it, when Attorney Nuff mentioned it at the start of the hearing, that they have proposed modifications to the text amendment that was the subject of this application. And as a land use attorney, I have to say to you that the changes being proposed to the text amendment that was part of this application are substantive, and the law is clear. Notice is supposed to be adequate to advise the members of the public as to what is before them and what they are voting on. And I have to say, if I had known that Attorney Nuff was going to amend the text amendment, I wouldn't have spent 5 hours yesterday putting together a 7-page memorandum of law. But more importantly, the members of the public have not been adequately noticed of what is before this commission at this point, because they've changed the game. And these are substantive changes. And frankly, based on the law, it's a do-over. They need to reapply and submit their proposed text amendments as a new application, because otherwise, I think you're in peril of a challenge to whether there was adequate notice as to what was part of the application, and that any decision rendered at this point based on their modifications, again, would be subject to challenge. I also wanted to say, and so again, in my opinion, it's fatally flawed at this point. They need to start over. They need to file a new application with the text amendment that eliminates the industrial uses that they previously proposed and is way more specific. I would also just say that based on my memorandum, and I'm not going to belabor the point, and I'm certainly not going to read the whole thing. I want members of this community, and I know the commission knows their charge, but I want members of this community to realize that the two critical things that you need to consider are the comprehensive zoning plan and the plan of conservation and development. And to that, I would echo what Mr. Gagg has said. I will not repeat it. The plan of conservation and development with respect to this area is pretty specific. But when it comes to the comprehensive zoning plan, which is the existing zoning regulations, I would also point out that the text amendment, as modified a few hours ago, still proposes buildings and frontage and side and rear yard setbacks that have never been approved in this town. And again, are not currently approved for this zone. I would also point out that the size of the building being proposed, which is greater than 250,000 square feet, there is no other zone in this town that allows a building of that magnitude. There is also no other zone in this town that allows a distribution or warehouse center, not only of this size, but as anything other than as an accessory use to some other permitted use, like a research park. And so it's substantive, it's concerning, and I feel that it is unfair at this point for them to spend, an hour tonight going over the special permit process when the text amendment has not even been adopted. And I also think it's important to remind the commission and the members of this community that now is the time for you to speak up, because currently with a text amendment, it's a legislative decision. You have a great deal of discretion. Once you approve of a particular use, your review of any application that comes before you is truncated by the laws of this state. In other words, if you allow this text amendment without giving the community an opportunity to respond to this modification, what's going to happen is there's going to be an application in front of you. And if it meets the terms of the regulations as they exist today, you're going to be duty bound to approve it. Duty bound to approve it. So what I say to you is, we have a whole new text amendment in front of us as of 7 hours, or now at this point, 9 hours ago. We need to take a step back. And if we think this type of use is appropriate, we need to take a step back, look at our regulations, put in place the appropriate conditions to safeguard this sensitive area and the abutting uses, right? At this point, this is where we need to do it. Because once you approve this text amendment, your ability to adequately oversee what happens there is completely truncated. And you're putting the town in peril if we don't properly plan. You want to put in an industrial use or distribution warehouse, great. But let's take a step back and figure out what is the right size and what other conditions which need to arise from your regulations should be in place to safeguard not only the abutting uses, but this very sensitive watershed and, frankly, as Mr. Gagg said, the gateway to our community. Again, I am not opposed to economic development, but I am opposed to smart plan. I am in favor of smart planning. And again, this carte blanche is very scary to me as a land use attorney. So I urge you to tell the applicant that they need to come back with a new application with their current proposal on the table so that it can be adequately reviewed and refined, and potentially with the opportunity for us to create additional regulations to better control what goes on this property that, again, it's the gateway to Ashford. Thank you for your time.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, and I know you don't want to get into a back and forth, but when there's a claim that there is a notice violation or a substantive issue like this, I feel compelled to interject. This is, as Attorney Olson, the one thing we can agree upon is this is in fact a legislative act. You have broad discretion as to what you can do with this regulation amendment throughout the course of this process. There is adequate case law, and I would be happy to share it with Attorney Olson. I'm positive she's aware of it. Roncari Industries versus Planning and Zoning Commission. That's a Supreme Court case. There's other more recent cases. You have the ability to make changes to a regulation amendment, whether it is submitted by an applicant or submitted by the commission itself. That is the very nature of a legislative act. If an applicant were to submit a regulation amendment and simply say, and the commission were to say, that's it, you can't make any changes, then what good is this sort of give and take process? The statute says you should act on an application. It used to say you must approve or deny. The legislature changed that language because they wanted to create the opportunity for this back and forth so that a commission can notice we're changing the XYZ zone regulations. And so the public is on notice that during the course of that process, changes can happen, and that as they should. Otherwise, what's the purpose of the public hearing process? I would be more than happy for the commission to ask your town attorney. He's a well-accomplished attorney, what his opinion is with regard to your ability to make changes during the course of the public hearing. You can even make changes once you close the hearing and you're in your deliberations. We are 100% comfortable moving forward as is. The case law is exceedingly clear, and I would reject any opportunities to try to tell you otherwise. Thank you for the indulgence.
Thank you, Attorney Nuff. Appreciate that. Your input, obviously. Moving on to Rudy Rudowitz.
Jeff, this is Doug Jenny. May I make a brief statement since my name was mentioned in the
Yes,
last
please.
comment? So I was present in the February meeting. I was not seated. I was present for the entire duration of the meeting. I'm present this evening. I've read and digested every document submitted to the town effective last night. I have not digested the documents from today yet in its entirety because I was working all day, but I am aware of this topic and I've been following it as a commission member, yes.
Very good. Thank you, Doug.
Thank you, Doug.
So again, reaching out to Rudy Rudowitz. Mr. Rudowitz?
Hello.
There we go. Yep, there you go.
Okay, hi, this is Rudy Rudowitz, 184 Horse Hill Road.
I would like to make one mention. I know you're getting all the interruptions here. I'm sorry. I just want to remind everyone with their hands up that again, we are trying to limit discussion to or comment to about 3 minutes or so. We're not ogres about it, but we are trying to get everyone in. So please go ahead.
Thank you.
Thank you.
In regard to the 3-minute limitation, I'm looking at a memo here dated March 7th from Mike D'Amato, and it says, it talks about what we should be talking about tonight. Specific concerns related to a potential future development, traffic, stormwater, pollution, noise, etc., is not germane in the discussion-making process for this application. But what I heard from this attorney and from Kurt, the engineer, was nothing but that. So this kind of has thrown my plan. I was trying to talk specifically not about these things. So I think this is an example of, again, these outside people just doing what they want. I mean, this is not the way that this memo says that this meeting should have been addressed. So I tried to keep it germane to what I thought we were talking about tonight. And in the articles, the zoning articles, chapter 300-19, it says the proposed development must be compatible with adjacent residential and non-residential development, and that it must prove that it will not negatively impact adjacent development. To me, why go even any farther? How can anybody say that this does not negatively impact the surrounding development? I mean, I'm stunned. Why are we talking about the water supply and pollution and everything about this specific site? Again, nobody's following the rules that I'm looking at here. This does not follow anywhere near the Ashford Plan of Conservation. Enhance environmental quality, address food and fiber needs. These are all the things that I thought we were going to talk about. But again, these people aren't doing that. The engineer, Kurt, talked about UConn getting its water from the wells on campus. Anybody that's lived in the area and has driven up and down I-195 for the past 5 years has seen the water lines coming in from the reservoir in Tolland. I mean, what's going to happen when they're short of water there? Where are they going to tap? I mean, there's so many things, again, that I didn't think we were going to be talking about tonight, but the whole conversation seems to has jumped ahead of what I thought this meeting was. I moved into town just this past summer. I've owned land here for over 30 years. We spent the past 5 years building our house here. Ashford is known for being a rural town. It will never be that way again. The pollution, the air pollution from all these trucks idling and on and on. I mean, it's just incredible that this is even being considered, in my opinion. And with that, I'll stop talking. I mean, it seems evident this is out of control. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Rudowitz. And to your point, again, what's been opened up as discussion is the direction that you read from Mr. D'Amato's letter was to the commission as to what we should be considering. We are kind of open and allowing both the community as well as the applicant to kind of reach out beyond. Once the applicant had started to identify potential development and all, it opened up not a Pandora's box, but it did open up some leeway as to what could be discussed and what should be considered. But when it comes to the commission, we have certain limitations that we should be considering based on the text amendment being applied for and the changes there. And that includes how it affects our POCD, how it affects our regs, and how it affects the zoning map. So, but thank you for, identifying that and trying to bring us back onto track. We appreciate that.
Thank you.
Now I have Lisa on board.
Hi, I think it's me. I've got a couple of points that were made this evening by.
I'm sorry, could you identify yourself fully, your last name, please?
Yes, Lisa Zalanka, 456 Zajac Road.
Thank you.
Couple different things that were brought up in the conversation. First off, I travel back and forth from 89 to 190. That's my normal route on a regular basis. And as you're coming off of 190 and onto Route 89, there's a big sign there that says entering watershed. So, while they have addressed all of the problems driving down the highway, there's a big, huge swamp right in front of where they're proposing to build this. Secondly, I was appreciating, that the gentleman addressed the mill rate and whatnot, but he used a lot of words like scenario, and this could happen in your town. Third thing I'd like to mention is that I'd like to know what kind of lighting that they use at the Love's truck stop and at FedEx and the other truck stop over there, because from the top of Westford Hill, you can see all of those lights. And next one I'd like to address would be that we have plenty of gas stations, truck stops that these truckers could be getting off of right before the Ashford exit and jumping right onto 89 and going down through the center of. They're not going to go north to go south. They're just not going to do that. Lastly, I guess, besides the fact that I really am against this, I bought property in Ashford because the dark skies and it's quiet and it's rural and there's not a lot of traffic. And granted, where my property is, there's not a lot of traffic unless the dump is open, but it's still, you can still hear the truck traffic on Route 89. Lastly, I guess I'd like to ask why was this property being part of a watershed even put up for this kind of use at all? I mean, to me, with the Mountain Laurel Sanctuary on the back side of it and with the watershed in front of it, which, where is that water coming from? Is it all of a sudden just popping up out of a hole in the ground and filling up these ponds and starting a river? Or is it coming off of the mountains in Union? Where is this water coming from? And granted, oh, they're only going to take out, and geez, everybody else could be doing this, that, and another thing. How is that really? Where is that water coming from that's filling the watershed? And how is that going to affect that? So I'm wondering why the town even put industrial zoning kind of a thing or not, or why this could even be considered in this area when it should have been considered state forest. Okay, so I guess that's all I've got to say. I think I think that's about all I've got to say. Thank you very much. I'm
Okay,
against
thank
it.
you. Thank you for your input. Next up, Chris Salazzo. You're on mute if you're speaking.
You hear me now?
Yes, please go right ahead.
My name's Chris Salazzo. I live on 109 James Road. I have not lived here very long, but one of the reasons why I live here is because of the rural nature of Ashford. I'm listening to what everyone says. I'm seeing the 250 plus people who are watching this right now, and I can't imagine for the life of me why they'd be watching it if they were for this. They're watching this because they're against it. Now, you guys as commissioners, you represent us. And I can't imagine why you would not support what the community and what these 250 plus and everybody else who isn't on Zoom right now want. I understand that this company has gone to other towns like Wellington, and they were denied. So why were they denied? Do we have to ask ourselves that? I live on James Road, which is right off of 89. I see tractor trailer trucks all the time now. Colleen mentioned traffic and how traffic was not going to be impacted through Ashford. I find that very hard to believe, and I need to be convinced. I support more the people of Ashford, not the fancy talk that you all are talking about. I don't understand a lot of it, but I do understand the value of this town. I understand the value of the woods, the value of the stars, the value of the people. And I think that's why so many people are watching this right now, because they don't want this. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Lazo. Okay, next up is Mike Gante. Mike?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Good. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the Planning and Zoning Commission. I appreciate all that you're going through here and the efforts you're putting forth to get all this great input from everybody in town. I'll keep my thoughts short here, but speak more to the plan conservation and development. Now, why is the developer asking for this text amendment? I think the POCD answers that in and of itself by the question of asking why the property hasn't been developed over the last number of years. And really, it's the driving force of economics of how things are changing over time as far as what developers need and what is going on in the economic world. And so that's really what we need to be flexible and be able to change to meet those changing business world needs and requirements as well. The plan of conservation development also speaks to sustainability of what we all love here in Ashford. And that most of that doesn't happen, unfortunately, without resources, and those resources are dollars. If we expect to enjoy, the library, the parks, the trails, our fire protection, our roads, community center, or even our open spaces, we need to have resources. And I'm just afraid that without some kind of infusion, financial infusion here, without some kind of development, we're going to have some degradation of those quality of services, the things that we all have come to enjoy, and all the reason why we all come to live here in Ashford. And I'll also say, that, if it's not this property, which again, this property has been identified in the Plan of Conservation Development, is where we want to have our major development. Where else in town are we going to have it? Even if we fill all the empty buildings and the vacant, there's vacant properties along 74 and 44, we're not going to realize the same kind of financial money that would come from this type of project. So I really think that this is an opportunity that town should partake in. We do have, basically one of the highest mill rates in the surrounding towns. And as an aside, I know it's not germane to this part of it, but everybody likes to, we all bring it into the fold on these type of projects. We're all thinking ahead of what this could mean. As a professional engineer, I concur with the presentation that was put forth this evening, because I think it all can be done in a sensible way that protects the environment and protects the rural character that we all enjoy in this town. So thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity to add some further comment on this matter.
Thank you very much, Mike, for your input. We appreciate that. Going to Mr. Folletti's office, William Folletti.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I had several people here who did not have Zoom access, and I've shared my office with them. And Mr. Peter Ralston, a resident of town, would like to address the commission.
This is Peter Ralston, 39 Nagy Road, Ashford, Connecticut. And my opposition to the Planning and Zoning PZ 23-1 amendment by Campanelli. And my reasons for the opposition are, number one, the application, the omitted text amendment application omitted the following. Article 300-19, Section A, subsection 1, B, C, and D, subsection 2, items A, B, C, D, and E, and Section E, subsection 1 and 3, all were omitted from the application. Number two, the zoning application I filed for public viewing is not signed by signed by an official or a fee collection notice on it. And the last page of it, page 4, is left blank. And no print notification for either public hearing, this one tonight and the one on February 13th was published in violation of CGS Chapter 214 zoning 8-7D hearings and decisions. Number 4, reason for opposition, no provision per Connecticut Public Act 21-2 were followed by the zoning commission to make online meetings available to the public for equal ability to attend and participate. So based on those 4 reasons, this application should be withdrawn because it didn't follow the correct procedures. And in addition, this letter that I sent last week was my application for to be accommodated to be at this meeting. And I have an addendum to this letter for this meeting specifically. In addition to my objection to the amendment application based on the zoning commission not following the state laws and processing the application, there is also more practical opposition based on the main premise for support that this project will reduce taxes. Let us review the past zoning decisions that did not reduce taxes. From 1995 to 2020, the mill rate has increased every year. None of the following projects the zoning commission approved reduced any taxes. So let's take a trip down memory lane. The abandoned strip malls on Route 74. The Extramart toxic underground tank gas blunder. The wagon shed property debacle. The Chernobyl property of Ashford. The dollar store. Finally, Ashford is on the map with a shopping destination, just what every small town needs. And as a bonus, it turns a 3-way intersection into a 4-way on the busiest road in town. The developer said, not a lot of changes are expected, and the zoning board believed them and it unanimously approved it 7-0. The Cumberland Farms expansion, what every historic town square needs as its focal point. Nothing says a small town charm like demolishing a historic roadhouse to expand the size of a 24-hour neon albatross in your town green. Again, the mill rate has increased every year from 1995 at 26.0 to 2020 at 36.36. None of these projects reduced taxes for any residents. What these projects did do, what they did accomplish, they made Ashford vulnerable to potential lawsuits that will raise taxes especially when the dollar store and the Cumberland Farms expansion. Aside from the zoning approval of the overall Cumberland Farms project, there was specifically zoning voted on to the entrance and exit locations. The board again unanimously supported the decision 8-0. I wonder how motorcyclist John Wade Jr. feels about that decision by the zoning board. Unfortunately, we will never be able to ask him. As the bodies continue to pile up from the accidents, eventually Ashford taxpayers will have to pay for a very bad zoning decision that we had no vote in. So now the zoning board is on the verge of making another really bad decision, allowing a property to develop a quote warehouse and industrial facility, a quote distribution center, or a quote research facility, including research and development testing laboratories. In short, the Ashford zoning board wants to approve an industrial laboratory distribution center. What could possibly go wrong? Perhaps Ashford could be as infamous as the Wuhan lab in China. So how do we stop this zoning board from approving this very bad idea? Step one, insist the zoning board face the public and meet in person. While I disagree with First Selectman William Folletti's position on this issue, he is willing to meet residents in person. An example, the zoning commission should be required to follow. Step two, demand answers. Who did Campanelli meet with and when before the application was submitted? Why is there a survey crew out working right now when the zoning process hasn't been completed? What will the lab be developing? Will they be testing on animals? And how are these letters sent to the zoning board, both pro and con, verified as actual Ashford residents? No vote should occur until these questions are answered. Step three, require a public vote on the proposed zoning change. Regardless, if you are for or against this matter, the residents need to decide, not 9 members of a zoning board. In addition, there are too many unanswered questions for the board or the public to make an informed decision at this time. Step four, take action. Any property owner in Ashford can request a zoning application amendment. Change the zoning regulations to force a public vote where there is protest submitted. Campanelli wants to insert the words research lab into a regulation. We can also request the word public vote be included in the zoning regulation. Step five, be vigilant regardless of your position on this matter. I believe all Ashford residents can agree that a decision like this should require a townwide vote referendum of a 2/3 or 3/4 majority. A town budget is voted on by the town, and a zoning matter of this magnitude should be also. Respectfully, Peter Ralston.
Mr. Ralston, thank you for your input. I do want to just deal with the first item. I don't usually make this a back and forth between the commission. However, I do want to comment on while we greatly appreciate your input regarding the pending application, and I know you've presented your concerns about the application process to the Board of Selectmen and submitted those concerns to the PZC, to each member of the PZC. I can assure you that all protocols have been followed per local regulations and state statutes, including application and fee fulfillment, proper warning of the hearings per state statute, and following of public access or allowing of public access to meetings within the proper timeframes when requested by an individual. The land use office will send you a confirmation of the proper procedures and what was done within the next 7 days to respond to your submission. So thank you very much for your input.
Thank you.
Christina Sebo.
Good evening. I wonder if we're going to go to 11:30 tonight too.
That's all up to you. That's all up to you.
I'm for it. Christina Sebo, 91 Perry Hill Road. I've been a resident since 1990. I have to say I'm a bit blown away by the last minute changes the applicant made to the proposal. They're substantial and the public was not given time to consider them. I was under the impression that what the PZC would vote on is the proposed text amendments that they voted to receive in probably December or January. I've not heard a vote to receive this new version. I'll therefore speak to the original proposal, although I don't think the issues I'm concerned with have fundamentally changed. I'm strongly opposed to adoption of the proposed text amendments because they would invite proposals for massive buildings and intolerable uses on the entire IID zoned area, which includes acreage on both sides of the highway and on top of highly sensitive wetlands. The applicant can't decide to split the IID. I do not understand what would be the point of approving the text amendments. The citizens of Ashford have told you how much they do not want the massive oversized buildings that would be invited or allowed by them, and all of the reasons why. They have told you that they don't want the additional uses that would be allowed, especially warehousing and distribution centers, and all the reasons why. We don't want these text amendments because we don't want proposals for oversized buildings and uses not suited for Ashford to even be allowed to go for special permit consideration. We strongly urge the commission to deny the proposed text amendments and then do what you said you would do in 2020. Revisit the IID zone and revise the regulations, but in such a way that they fit the values and goals of the town as stated in the current regulations and the POCD. We elected you, commissioners, to do this kind of work for us. We did not elect out-of-state speculators and developers to change our regulations to suit themselves. A few have argued that we should accept the proposed changes to our regulations and let this quality developer be creative and show us what they can propose. I say, let them be creative and show us what they can propose within the regulations we already have, or better yet, the ones that we can make better. Thank you very much. I applaud your work. Jeff, I think you've done a wonderful job chairing this meeting.
Thank you for your kind words. William Abacoff. You're currently muted.
Being muted.
Okay, we can hear you.
And even look at myself on the screen.
And see you.
I'm Bill Abacoff. I live at 280 Perry Hill Road in the Daniel Knowlton house. It was built around 1750. You know, the past few years I've had serious work, renovations, restoration, and reinforcement done on the house. And I've even verbally committed to much more work on it. I'm now reconsidering whether I should invest in a property lying in town, which might significantly weaken its zoning relations. That action would most likely reduce property values by changing the character of the town and the image it presents to outsiders. So let me stop reading, what I prepared for you, and let me tell you what I've heard here. I've never heard quite so much diversion from the question underhand. The question is an amendment to planning and zoning, and what I've heard is defense of how Campanelli and associates would implement that. Can you hear me?
Just fine.
Okay, good, because I can hear you so well, but my problems with internet feed are not something we're going to talk about now. Okay, so here's the thing. Campanelli is talking about how they would implement the changes they propose. And let me tell you, I'm a retired math professor. I'm used to confusing people. The presentation now has got me totally confused. So I admire their ability. what we're talking about is not how Campanelli would implement those changes, but the changes that would affect our town. And I've submitted a public content, but it basically says that I'm much in favor of considering how we would develop the town, but incremental change is to the proposals that are being considered as an air rifle would be considered to an atomic bomb. We should hold back on consideration of this, and more important, I think, I think the commission needs to figure out what the proposal that Campanelli and company is making, because I can't figure it out. Okay, enough.
You're all set?
I'm stopped. I've been lost.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Abacoff. Okay, Karen's iPad?
Hi. You can hear me okay? Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, just fine, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm Karen Harvey. I'm a resident on 115 Old Town Road here in Ashford. So I just spent the last hour and a half, my husband and I, listening to the experts, these engineers speak about all these detailed processes and special regulations and state of the art, et cetera, et cetera. And they speak as though it's already like going forward. Here we go with all these things that they're going to do with Campanelli to essentially line their pockets at the expense of this beautiful town. And that's their only concern. They make everything sound so perfect and wonderful. And they're speaking about how we all have septic systems and wells in our homes. This has nothing to do with this 1 million square foot building. So they try and make it very personal about this guy who lives in Plainville, who's not even in our area, which I find insulting. But anyways, so all these things they talked about is of no concern because it means nothing to me, all these little specific details, because we moved to Ashford not because we wanted this, we wanted to live in a rural town. We wanted to have a farm. We came to Ashford to have a farm, which we have established here over the last 15 years. We have built a home and a farm, and we do not want anything to do with this monstrosity. This building would be a monstrosity essentially in my front yard. That's what it would be. And another thing is we just, over the last couple of years, replaced our crumbling foundation here in Ashford, which many people here have suffered that arduous task. A huge financial undertaking, emotional undertaking. We just finished jacking our house up in the air 16 feet and replacing our foundation, just recovering from that. And now you're going to put this monstrosity in my front yard, which will not only ruin our farm, it will completely plummet the value of our home, which the other gentleman just spoke about. And the fact that the town, the people who run our town, which we voted into office or whoever are running the town, would even entertain this is appalling and shocking. And I'm thankful and I'm very impressed with the people who have come forward, the residents of this town, the information they have to offer, their thoughts. I don't know you people personally, but I'm very impressed with what people have spoke, and I'm very thankful for what they have shared. But I say, and we're going to all do this to save $600 on our taxes. I mean, it's like a joke. We're going to sacrifice this beautiful town, this section of Ashford. It's essentially going to affect the whole town. So now I can come home to a 15-mile line of tractor trailers instead of my farm up on the hill, enjoying this beautiful rural place. And all the people I have come into contact in this town over the years, a lot of times contractors have worked on our home that were local, plumbers, electricians, builders. excavators, all people I've come in contact with are farm people. They have their cows, they have their pigs, they have their chickens, they have their hay fields. And there was this camaraderie of the love of the land, like the lawyer who spoke earlier, the attorney John Parks, agricultural people who love this land, and how dare we sacrifice it to line people's pockets. And they're going to tell you everything you want to hear. It's all rosy and butterflies, but it's not. It's about money. So we as citizens, I strongly, my husband and I oppose that we would dump this town to line people's pockets, and not our town. And I don't even care if it's for us. Sacrifice the beauty of this town. So we strongly oppose this change in the planning and zoning. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your input.
Mhm.
Next up, Carolyn Trotta.
Good evening, Carolyn Trotta. I live at 22 Lakeside Drive. I live on Ashford Lake, one of the lakes that they had mentioned there. It's beautiful, pristine. I also want to mention that I'm a licensed commercial real estate broker in the state of Connecticut, and I have been on the side of Campanelli before with other developers. So I've been before other towns, people looking for text amendments, but it's always been, as somebody mentioned before, in areas where the adjacent properties are similarly zoned, or, you know, the access to it where it's located. If the text amendment would be approved the way they're proposing, it would immediately increase the value of the property. And there's no guarantee that Campanelli wouldn't turn around and sell the property if they decided not to move forward with trying to put through a special permit with us. At that point, we wouldn't know who we were dealing with. And as Attorney Olson had mentioned earlier, once something is in your regulations, if somebody comes forward and dots their I's and crosses their T's, there's no way that the commission can deny their application. They've talked about a couple of other locations in the state. In Plainfield, there was an Amazon building. It was only 202,000 square feet. It is not completed yet. It's going to be about 18 months delayed. It was on the former dog track site, so flat as a pancake. Great place to develop off the highway. It's on 61 acres, and they have spots for 664 employees. So that's just for a 202,000 square foot warehouse. And this is a final mile warehouse facility. And they said that they wouldn't propose that for this location because of its size. But still, that's a lot of traffic. And I think of all the employees, like, where are they going to go to get lunch and all these other things? Ashford doesn't have that many amenities. And yes, there are the 2 truck stops down the road, but again, I worry about where all these people are going to be coming from. They also mentioned a location in Winstead. Winstead is an hour and 20 minutes from Ashford. So that is not anywhere near us. They've talked a lot about their facility in Uxbridge, Massachusetts. That's a town of 14,000 people. They have 25 full-time employees in their police department. We do not have a police department. We depend on Troop C for our police protection. They have a full-time fire department. They have 34 firefighters, a chief and a deputy chief, 3 engine trucks, a ladder truck, a tanker truck, and 2 ambulances. Ashford only has 1 ambulance, and it's recently come to my attention that the ambulance, which is, I believe the only paid employees, only runs 18 hours a day. We have an amazing fire department here in the town of Ashford, but this additional burden on our town could take away the resources that we need. You know, if a child gets injured at the school and the ambulance is at this facility, and it was kind of alarming what the gentleman, I can't remember his name, from the Teamsters talked about the increase in injuries to employees and warehouses. Next item is the water. They said they'd use about 15,000 gallons a day. Again, not knowing their proposed use, I don't know how they came up to that number, but they did say that the building would be fully sprinkled, a wet sprinkler system, a building of 1 million square feet. I can only imagine the amount of water that would take. And that's just to fill the system. And then if it actually was activated, the state roads that go to this property, Route 89, we're very concerned about Route 89, 44. These are all state roads. So if the state decided they wanted to widen these roads to help with, the development in this area, it would drastically change the environment in our town. 44 and 89, they're already littered with people throwing things out the window. And we do have tractor trailers coming through all the time. So I'm opposed to this. It's a hard position that you're in as the commission, but we did vote you in to represent us. And I appreciate the time. Thank you.
Thank you. You're right. That's what we're here for. Thank you very much. Next up, Tony Paticchio.
Thanks, Jeff. My name is Anthony Paticchio. I live at 178 Waterfall Road with my wife, Susan. We've lived here since 1995. I just want to start by saying that I did scramble this afternoon to read the...
Okay,
you
sorry
hear me?
about that. Go ahead, Tony, you're good.
I did scramble this afternoon to read the amendment or the revisions to the text amendment that the applicant submitted this afternoon. But I do want to say that even with those changes, this is not a modest change to our IID zone, as I think the applicant's attorney mentioned at the first meeting. And as he mentioned right before we went to the public comment tonight, he says they want to bring this property back on the tax rolls in the way the POCD, the Plan of Conservation and Development, envisions. Well, I think I must be reading a different document. The problem with the applicant's revisions to its own application and with this approach to crafting and implementing a workable zoning regulation for the IID zone, which meets the criteria of our Plan of Conservation and the express purposes for which the IID zone was established, is that it substitutes applicant developers' goals and intentions for development within the IID zone for ours. Importantly, the applicant does not consider, as we must, what other regulatory amendments should and must be implemented to address the new uses and larger size, scope, and height of buildings that could be subject of a special permit application under its text amendment. For example, it's now saying that a single building can't be larger than 1 million square feet, but there's still the capacity to put 1.5 million on that site. So could it be 750,000? How do we feel about that? How do we feel about, it doesn't address the considerations we would expect the town planning and zoning to include in making the change from measuring total building square footage, which is in our existing regulations, to measuring just the building footprint, which magnifies the changes that they're asking for. It also doesn't deal with things like the fact that a change which moves permanent structures like retaining walls outside of consideration when you're dealing with setbacks. So they don't have to be behind the setback lines as things would have to today, which makes me question whether the schematic they keep showing of what could be done on the site today is in fact at all accurate. We only have them to trust them to say that that's what it is. There's no way of really proving that because it's just a schematic. I urge the commission, therefore, to follow all the guideposts set out in our Plan of Conservation and Development and in the Statement of Purposes for the IID zone, and to consider this application as a whole in light of what those documents require. We cannot let the applicant redefine Ashford's development goals and objectives for this area and substitute its own conception of what it would like these documents to say. I also urge the commission to look at this amendment not only as it relates to the property within the IID controlled by applicant, but as it would apply throughout the IID zone, including that portion which is smaller, which lies south of Interstate 84 and which is in direct proximity to existing residential development. I urge the commission to consider this text amendment in the context of what type and scope of development it would permit applicant or any successor owner of this land or any land in the IID zone to bring to the commission for a special permit. In this regard, I urge the commission to pay careful and close attention to the expanded uses proposed by applicant and to recognize that these expanded warehouse distribution and research testing center uses are of a different nature altogether from the special permit uses now included in the zone. I urge the commission to consider why these uses were not included in the original zone text. It wasn't just oversight. What additional regulatory requirements would need to be added to address these uses, and whether these expanded uses are compatible with the plan of conservation and development and the purposes for which the IID zone was established. The applicant claims they are compatible. I have argued in my January 29th comments to the commission that they are not, as have hundreds of Ashford residents who have spoken and or delivered comments to the commission. I urge the commission to consider whether the existing IID zone requirements, which were not enacted to address development of buildings of the size and for the expanded uses applicant is proposing, are sufficiently robust and comprehensive enough to address the many additional issues which developments of this size, scope, and these uses would require. I urge the commission to reject any argument that our existing special permit and site plan review provisions for the IID zone are adequate safeguards to assure that development under applicant's proposed text amendment occurs in the manner envisioned by the plan of conservation and development. Added special permit uses and expanded building height and size cannot be revisited at the special permit stage. As others have said, once we open this door, we can't close it. And we have not considered all the things we would need to consider regulatory-wise, even if we wanted to open that door. We need to decide now what development and what size development in the IID zone is right for Ashford and protect the goals articulated in the plan of conservation and development and in the purposes for the IID zone. Applicants' goals and vision are not aligned with those of Ashford. I ask the commission to make its own determination guided by our documentation, the IID zone statement of purposes and the plan of conservation and development, and determine from them what kind of development they envision and reflect what Ashford really is. We are a really small town. By the way, we don't have a high school in Ashford. Applicant has made his case and requested not a modest change, but a full-scale remaking of the zone to suit its needs. The revisions may reduce the maximum size of a building from enormous to huge, but they do not address much that needs to be addressed before going down this road, including the fundamental decision of whether we even want to go down this road. I urge the commission to reject the proposed amendment. Thank you for your hard work and for your dedication and service to the town of Ashford. And thank you, Jeff, for running this meeting in a really professional and great manner.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Tony. Thank you for the kind words. Thank you for your input. I do wish to indulge everyone. We've been on here for 3 hours now, and I didn't have my timekeeper at the bell tell me about taking a bio break or something. So I would like to take 5 minutes, reconvening at, what do we got here? Reconvening at, heck, we can make it 3 minutes. We'll make it 5, 10:02. We'd like to come back. Mike, if you'd like to just set us aside, please keep your place in line. I hope you can stay on with us so we can get the rest of your input. We do have another approximately at 3 minutes each. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, about another 36 minutes, 30 or 36 minutes. So please do come back and everyone take a break. Thank you.
This call.
Okay, very good. We were going to reform for the continuation of the hearing. And again, I do implore people, we haven't been very strict about the timeframes and all too, but please keep your comments to 3 or 4 minutes so we can get through all of this before it turns into tomorrow. But we do want to try and hear from everyone as best we can. So if we are ready, we will start with the next person in line, which is Thomas Pippin.
Hi there, my name is Thomas Pippin and I live in Wellington. I was at the last meeting and brought up several points on why the board should vote no on this text amendment change. I have some more issues I would like to be addressed. For one, the current existing amendment maximum square footage is 250,000 square feet. This is roughly the size of the Stafford Big Y Plaza and the parking lot combined. If the text amendment is changed to the maximum of 1 million square feet, it would be larger than the size of the area between the Stafford McDonald's to the Fenton River Vet all the way to the back of the Big Y Plaza, according to measurements by Google Earth. It would be larger than the size of the Buckland Hills Mall as well. Putting a building this size will more than likely require a retaining wall since this is on a hill. Despite the presentation before, there will be runoff no matter what, and the claim of no impact on water is simply untrue for those downstream. Any type of runoff has an impact on the water. A point was brought up about the taxes. Many of these towns have had development like these in the past and have nearly no impact to taxes, and in some cases have increased taxes. Wellington has 2 truck stops and a FedEx warehouse and has not changed its tax rate in the past few years. In this state alone, we have several empty warehouses, strip malls, and other buildings that have no future and will likely never be utilized again. The old Sears in Enfield is a great example of that and is around 100,000 square feet and has remained empty for years. That is 1/10 of what the applicants are asking for. Adding another large building like this would only worsen that issue, creating more eyesores and wasted space when that company does eventually leave. The traffic as well will be impacted. The trucks will not only go on highways, and in fact, some routes like Providence and New London and Norwich take state roads, not interstates. This will especially happen depending on traffic, construction, and crashes that would detour trucks in a different path. Back in my town, we had a similar project come through, and I brought up the 2019 NHTSA survey on tractor trailer deaths and the injuries, and I urge all of you to read it and see what could happen if this facility is built. I second the points brought up by the man representing the Teamsters about worker abuse within these buildings, as well as the environmental points brought up by Lisa earlier as well. The point made about the fire is false. Ashford and other towns cannot and will not be able to put out a fire of a building in that size. It cannot simply happen with the current department's abilities. So that is false. The property is already far away from most utilities, which includes fire departments. So it would be catastrophic for our fire departments and overwhelm them. It is a foolish claim that there are no concerns with this facility. I and others have stated that the environmental impacts about this are gigantic. I noticed in the presentation tonight that the map showed the building would be right next to multiple wetlands and on top of an aquifer. For those and other reasons I've mentioned before, I urge the board to vote no on this text amendment change. And I would even argue that 250,000 square feet is way too much for a town like Ashford. I'm not against business, but I'm for sensible business that makes sense. This does not. Please vote no on this monstrosity.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pippin, for your input. Next up, I simply have iPad, so I'll need you to identify yourself.
I think, Mr. Chairman, that may be me. There may be more than one iPad, but I volunteer to be it, if that's possible.
You are it. You are lit up with your little yellow box around you, so that is you speaking. Please go.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Michael McGlaris, 237 Hillside Road in Ashford, Connecticut. First of all, I'll say what I said before on February 13. You are, as chairman, and all of the commissioners, volunteers. I applaud you for weathering this storm, and I applaud you for your service to our community. You are what you are, which is concerned citizens. I respectfully request, Mr. Chairman, and I mean that very sincerely, that you do not permit any further rebuttal or discussion as you so clearly admonished against at the beginning of this meeting. Commissioner Bellamy's integrity was impugned by counsel. There have been 2 other interruptions, including Carrie Olson's comments where the counsel from the other side decided to rebut. You were very clear, Commissioner Silversmith, at the beginning of this meeting that no rebuttal, no dialogue was permitted. And I absolutely encourage a fair and objective exchange of ideas and respectfully request that you permit that to occur. And would you kindly please slap down any further efforts to interrupt anyone on this discussion from airing their views. Respectfully submitted, Mike McGlaris.
Thank you very much, Mr. McGlaris, for your input. One of the things, and I see Carrie, I know you're up, but I would like to try, I know you've had some time already. I will come back to you, I promise, but I'd like to try and get those people who haven't spoken yet, if that's okay. Well, it's got to be okay. That's what I'm saying. So we're going to go with Claire Vidic next to speak.
I just want to say, Commissioner, I totally respect that and I'm fine with it.
Thank you very much, Carrie.
I'm also fine if Carrie goes before me.
Well, there's
Okay.
you got to get permission from everybody behind you, basically.
Right, okay, that's fine. So, respected zoning officials and friends, if you are at Campanelli, and you dear, beautiful people of this amazing town of Ashford. I would like to just second everything from John Parks, Carrie Olson, Larry Gagg, Christine Acebo, Anthony Peticchio, Karen Harvey, Carolyn Trotta, and Mr. Ralston, who was at Mr. Folletti's office. All of those people had amazing comments, which I totally agree with. And this evening, I was going to talk a little bit more about watershed and the importance of watershed, and a little bit about my grandchildren who are studying the night sky. And will they still be able to find Orion's Belt and Polaris or any of the other various constellations that they've been learning about and learning how to identify. But what I've decided to do is just simply to state that I'm one of the people who was going around town with the petition, which is a petition to oppose the proposed change to the Ashford zoning regulations that would allow a 1.5, but probably would also allow 1.1 million square foot warehouse, distribution center, research lab, or industrial facility in North Ashford. Well, that of course has changed a bit, but I'm sure the petition will hold for those number of people who signed it, where we now have 500 signatures, which is just simply amazing. From my point of view, I was going around door to door, and I have to tell you, almost everybody in this town has thanked me for going around door to door. And I mean, everybody was so generous and so amazing with their statements and their comments. The young couples who have just moved to town in the last couple of years were all like, we moved here from Tallinn, we moved here from Vernon, from Wallingford, from different towns that are larger than ours, because we wanted a smaller rural town. This is a town that we wanted to move to for that reason. They didn't care about taxes. They didn't care about, they wanted just the town as the town is, as a small rural town. And I'm talking about, I didn't do the full, full petition. There were many of us helping, but I probably went to 300 homes. And I went to Ashford Lake. I went to the west of Ashford. I went to the east of Ashford. I went to Ashford Park. I went south down to the southernmost part of town. And I went, of course, to the northernmost part of town, because that's where I live. Oh, I'm sorry. I live at 40 Frontage Road. I didn't say that before. And everybody all over the place it was just amazing, the response that I received from all of those people, and no matter which part of town. So on behalf of all of those 500 people, I just want to say, may we please reject this amendment and consider the future in a different way. That's all. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Claire. Next up, Margie Roy. We haven't heard from you. You're muted. Thank you.
I think I'm unmuted now.
You're good.
Evening. Thank you for all that you've been doing. My name is Marjorie Roy, and I live at 221 Old Town Road in Ashford. I've been here for 45 years. Thank you for listening to my comments. I am strongly opposed to adoption of the proposed text amendment because the additional uses proposed are not in keeping with the POCD's vision for Ashford. And they create the potential for future expensive legal challenges for the town. After studying the qualified legal arguments submitted in the public comments, I am amazed that any town official can support this patchwork approach to zoning. The proposal is so wide open that we are giving the keys to our rural town and our future to an unknown future tenant. The applicant talks about the special permit process. It isn't relevant if we don't have strong regulations in place, and we do not. I find it very upsetting that our first selectman and our Economic Development Commission are in support of the amendment change. The legal implications clearly put the town of Ashford at risk for development far beyond our ability to regulate. The proposal is so open-ended that it removes much of the power our town has to self-direct our future. The residents of Ashford are not willing to sign that over to anyone else. They have voiced loudly and clearly over the past 4 weeks that they are opposed to this. The PZC shouldn't be willing to sign it over either. The EDC especially likes the applicant, and I recognize they have a good reputation. But the applicant is not getting the text amendment. The text amendment goes with the land and the zone, not with this company. And the applicant is not who will be moving in. We open up our town to unimaginable abuse by an unknown corporation with these amendments. The applicant knows the proposed amendment is way out of line with our town. It's just a quick test to see how gullible Ashford is. We, the residents of Ashford, are not gullible. We see these amendments for what they are, and they are not good for Ashford. Please vote no on all the proposed amendments. I'd also like to clarify something. They keep comparing taxes using mill rate. Campanelli reported it is now, from its now removed online rebuttal, that the mill rate in Uxbridge went down in recent years after opening of the industrial park there. Guess what? So did Ashford's. Our mill rate was 36.369 in 2020, and it is now 32.27. Comparing mill rate is not an accurate way to report tax savings. Mill rates can also be reduced by revaluation. And guess what? Uxbridge had a revaluation during that time as well. So please pay attention to those tax numbers. The mill rate is not a good indicator. Thank you again for your time and all the effort and work you put in for the town of Ashford.
Thank you, Margie. We appreciate that. Next up is Jean.
Hello. My name is Jean Tanner. I'm a resident of 14 Amadon Drive. That's on Lake Chaffee. I have 2 points I want to make about the staff memo that Mr. D'Amato provided to help you with your decision. The first is that Mr. D'Amato stated that specific concerns related to a potential future development, traffic, stormwater, pollution, noise, etc., is not germane to the decision-making process for this application, as this text amendment is not site or parcel specific. I would like to direct the commission's attention to sections 325B of the zoning regulations, which addresses the criteria for evaluation of proposed amendments of the regulations. It states, in considering any petition to amend the zoning regulations or revise the zoning map, the Planning and Zoning Commission shall determine that the applicant's proposal will promote the public's health, safety, property values, and general welfare. First, I haven't heard anything from the applicant that actually is a positive, with the exception that they're trying to say our tax rates will go down, which we don't have an independent study of yet, so that we don't really know if that's the case. And I would hope that our commission would not just rely upon their numbers. Back to the statutory thing. It says the commission shall determine. That's mandatory. That doesn't mean that you can just think about it or just throw it away. You shall determine that the applicant's proposal will promote. Now, promote means that it has to be an encouragement or an activity that contributes to the positive advancement of these goals, not negative. I've heard the applicant try and remove all the negativity that we see about here. And again, the only positive might be a tax revenue. You must look at whether or not the changes to the amendment promote. That's a positive. And we're talking promote the health, safety, property values, and general welfare of the public. So Mr. D'Amato says, well, you don't need to take into account traffic, stormwater, pollution, and noise. But the text amendments that are being proposed include things like warehousing and distribution centers, which were not considered before. A warehouse or a distribution center automatically brings in traffic concerns. So how can Mr. D'Amato and his staff members say, ignore traffic concerns? You can't. If you're going to introduce a warehouse or a distribution center, you need to take into account traffic concerns. If you're going to now change something from 250,000 square feet to 1 million square feet, you're going to have to take into account water issues. That's maybe a health issue that the public should be concerned with. So my first point is that when you consider this application, the amendments to this zoning regulations, that you actually need to consider things like traffic, stormwater, pollution, noise, etc. All of the issues that the Ashford community is concerned with. Now, the second thing that Mr. D'Amato's staff memo brought up was he addressed whether or not the protest petition, which deals with people that are right around the IID, whether or not that protest petition had sufficient signatures to be valid, to be effective. And I would encourage you as members of the commission to look at these numbers that Mr. D'Amato presented when he said that you do not have to go to a supermajority, a 2/3 vote, that you could ignore the protest position. He said you can ignore the protest position because it doesn't meet the requirements. It doesn't have 20% of the owners within 500 feet in all directions as required. But his numbers are wrong. The first thing he does is he says the total land area within 500 feet in all directions of the land subject to this change is approximately 726 acres. The IID is only about 150 acres. There's no way that a ring of 500 feet around 150 acres is all of a sudden 726 acres. I put in a comment that cites to case law that instructs people how to make that calculation. So I hope that you do read that comment and understand that the protest petition should be considered valid, and that you now require 2/3 of the commission to vote on this and make a decision. I have a couple of other points. In the revised set of proposed amendments to the regulations, they've mentioned that they've reduced or that they put a cap on the size from now it's not just an open-ended $250,000, it's up to 1.1 million. But it's still based on building footprint. That's not based on a structure size. Their proposed amendment still is based on building footprint. So you want 1 million square foot building footprint that's 55 feet high. And whether it's a warehouse or something else, it could be something that's 4 stories or 5 stories. You got 5 million square feet on that. You better think long and hard about whether you're going to accept these proposed amendments without really looking at the impact. During their presentation earlier today, one of the things they emphasized is that traffic really won't be a problem locally because they've put in it a sort of a change where they say they will not primarily be engaged in direct distribution to end users. Well, not primarily engaged? I'm sorry, if you have a warehouse that's a million square feet, you could have 200,000 square feet of it directed to direct distribution to end users, and that would not be primarily engaged. You need to look carefully at what their proposed changes are and not just let them tell you what that means. You need to actually look at the words, because to be not primarily engaged means that you can be secondarily engaged. So there could be local direct distribution to end users. They did not preclude that, even though in their presentation tonight, they said they did. They did not preclude that. I have 2 other points. I'll try and be fast. They've mentioned 3 or 4 different alternative uses that would be within our existing IID as opposed to theirs. And they're talking about, well, you've got more traffic with these other uses as opposed to theirs. So theirs is so much better. However, the alternative uses that are within our IID as it exists now include shopping, groceries, gas stations, and restaurants, all things that we as Ashford community members might actually appreciate. A warehouse there? I don't appreciate that. I have no use for a warehouse there. That doesn't help me at all as a community member. So when you look at relative traffic patterns going to the grocery store, I think that's a positive as opposed to trucks coming down 44 or 89 or 84 and backing up and going to a distribution center. My final point is the town was blindsided by this until we saw signs on the roadside that said no mega warehouse, or we received a postcard in the mail. There was absolutely no notice in our newsletter, the Ashford Citizen, in January or February or March. Why did the commission respectfully not bring this subject up to the townspeople? Now, maybe you fulfilled your public notice duty by, I don't know where you published it, Hartford Courant? I don't know how many people here in Ashford receive the Hartford Courant. I know everybody in Ashford receives the Ashford Bulletin or the Ashford Citizen. Why was it not put in front of us so that we as a community could be aware of it. The modus operandi of these conglomerates that come into our town are to be secretive and under the table and blindside the community with a decision that's already been made. I would have hoped that our commission is better than that and will not just let the community. I would have hoped that you would have published it, even if you weren't required to, in the Ashford Citizen. I'm strident. I apologize. But thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you for your input, Jean, on that. I do just want to say that, again, besides the statute of when we publish for a hearing, which again requires us to do it multiple times in a periodical of significant circulation in the area and doing it for certain days prior to a hearing, the citizen frequently does not meet that requirement in any way. Besides the fact of, if we were to put this hearing announcement when we don't need to, when we have not in the past put in hearings that have been extended, we would be treating this hearing differently than what we've done in the past, and that would open us up to legal action. So again, I'm sorry you're disappointed in how it was warned. It was warned appropriately, and it has been posted on the website appropriately. It was nothing under the table. It was nothing underhanded, and it wasn't due to the applicant in any way in what they were doing. It was us following proper protocol and statute. Now up, Landon.
Have you got me now?
Got you now.
Thank you, Commissioner, for hearing me out on this. I guess I'd like to start by
Could we have your full name, please?
Oh, I apologize. My name's Keith Landon, 198 Westford Hill Road, Ashford, 23-year citizen.
Thank you.
I'd like to start by noting great irony that Attorney Nuff took great umbrage at the so-called anonymous citizens campaign against his project. This strikes me as, well, very ironic because, you know, talk about anonymous. He can't or won't tell us who the eventual tenants of the warehouse will be. So we have no idea who's moving into that place. He can't categorically state that Campanelli won't sell the development to some as of yet unnamed buyer as soon as it's complete. So, you know, that's anonymity. I don't understand why he's complaining about a legitimate citizen's rebuttal to his process. My chief concern is with traffic, and specifically on Route 89. We already get a lot of truck traffic up and down Route 89. And face it, Route 89 is the major conduit between here and Providence and here and New London. So if there's truck traffic coming in and out of a mega warehouse, it's gonna be on 89. And at that point, it would be up to us to regulate it. We don't even have a police force in this town. How are we going to regulate it? This whole proposal is just getting in way over our heads. We're not prepared to deal with repercussions of this, and even entertaining it is just absolute foolishness. Please do not make any exceptions to our existing zoning regulations just to suit this specific applicant. These changes are not in the best interest of Ashford or its citizens, and making these changes would just open up a Pandora's box of future developmental headaches, which will never do us any good. This is inappropriate for us. I honestly don't even understand why these changes are being entertained. It's ridiculous to me. Thank you.
Thank you for your input. Next up, Paul Varga.
Hi, Jeff. Thank you.
Hello, Paul.
First of all, I'm just going to say, as the fire chief, I submitted my letter addressing many citizens' concerns. So I'm not going to speak as the chief tonight, except for one thing. I'm still disappointed. I've heard a couple people say things. I just think they should read my letter, and that's all I'll say. I want to remind everybody, and I guess I know I'm not alone in supporting the text amendments, because I've read the submissions. But there's 200 plus people on this Zoom, and according to the young lady, there's approximately 500 signatures on the petition. But that means there's roughly 3,600 to 4,000 other residents who haven't voiced anything. So the naysayers are not the only ones on this call or attending these meetings. I attend a lot of meetings frequently, as most of the commission members know. Text amendments happen on a regular basis for various reasons. So I'm just going to touch on a couple things that I think are important. The town of Ashford needs to look forward. We can't stay where we are. It's not going to work. I too owned a large farm in Ashford. I'm the 5th generation on that farm. If we don't do something, the 6th generation is leaving. I know that because my son is currently looking at leaving. Why? Because he can't afford to stay here anymore. Our taxes continue to go up, and we do nothing to try to bring in development or businesses to offset the residential portion of that tax bill. Yes, taxes increase, expenses go up all the time. There's nothing any of us can do about it. We all see it on a regular basis. But without some type of development that comes in, it's not going to solve it. The town is going to fall apart. It just will. It'll be unsustainable. I just thought that maybe this time things would be different and we could look forward instead of being a follower or falling behind. We could actually lead. I saw no problem with the initial request for the text amendments. The only problem I see with the changes that they added were it's going to devalue the property, which means the revenue and the actual value of the property will go down, which means the potential offset of taxes will be less. The IIDZ is already been picked out by the POCD and the zoning board for development. It's in a perfect spot. It doesn't hurt any of the rest of the town. Nobody's going to come and build another building just as big somewhere else. They can't. The town's not zoned that way. I personally have visited Uxbridge twice since the beginning of this process for multiple reasons. The traffic study that the developer has presented seems to be accurate. I've not waited in line behind 15 or 150 or 15-mile line of trailer trucks. In fact, when I was up there last week, I only saw one trailer truck coming in and out of the facility. And I was there in the middle of the day for several hours. So I was actually driving around much of the complex. So in closing, I'm just going to say this. I think that the town needs to move forward. We need to do something, because if we don't, the town of Ashford, as we all know it, is going to cease to exist anyway. We have a chance here to fix that and make it in our control and not have the state or somebody else come in and, quote, fix it for us. Thank you. And thank you all for what you do. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Paul. Next up, we have Will.
Yes. Hello there. My name is Blake Will. I live at 436 Turnpike Road in Ashford, Connecticut. My wife and myself are 22-year residents of Ashford, and we're asking you to please not let this happen to our beautiful town. The changes would ruin everything in this town, rural town offers as a quiet, peaceful, and scenic town for future generations. We need to preserve Ashford and support rural economic activities. not what is proposed by the applicant. Respectfully, please reject the proposed text changes as well as the requested modifications by Ashford Realty Trust, Campanelli, Rodriguez, whoever, and LM Acquisition. As the zoning board, you have the authority to uphold our current zoning regulations and still allow responsible development consistent with our town's current zoning for the IID. On this issue, the people will stand with you to make that happen. And no amount of taxes can make this worth it. I have actually reviewed the taxes at the Uxbridge site, and quite frankly, there was a reduction last year. It was 4%, if I'm correct. And here we go. Yes, so the average single-family home assessment was $353,000 in Uxbridge. The average tax bill was $5,300. And so the winning decrease of taxes for the citizens of Uxbridge was $233. Uxbridge has 25 full-time firefighters. They have fire officers, ladder equipment, and all kinds of resources. They have a large town government and administrative staff, many times the size of Ashford. I have also specifically looked at the tax savings in the state of Connecticut. In particular, Windsor, Windsor Locks, Bramwell, and South Windsor. And the fact is that there was no savings to any of those towns, including Windsor Locks, where they've built, I think, a 4 million square foot building and another 2 million square foot building. The mill rate has been unchanged in that particular area. Windsor, Connecticut, exactly the same over the last few years. Cromwell, Connecticut, exactly the same over the past few years. In South Windsor, Connecticut, who has a beautiful town and tremendous commercial development, has actually seen an increase in their mill rate there with their Amazon warehouse sitting there vacant. So the argument that taxes are a benefit of this, I find no facts. And I actually kind of find it insulting that no one in our town has actually done any diligence or research on this matter. The numbers speak for themselves. There are no savings. In addition to that, I'd like to read you something. The town of Ashford is geographically located as one of the areas known as the Last Green Valley, and also the quiet corner of Connecticut. This area is scenic and peaceful with clean water and clean air and dark skies. It contains some of the largest areas of unfragmented wildlife habitat in the region. Its natural environment supports rural economic activities, including farms and orchards, the forest products industry, and tourism. The commission's goal, that's you, is to conserve these desirable features for future generations, while also respecting the landowner's development rights. With these goals in mind, the zoning regulations
Are you there, Blake?
Would I lose something?
We lost you there for a second.
Am I back?
You're back.
Thank you. I don't know where I got left off, but what I just read you is section 300-2, the purpose and goals of our zoning regulations. And if you're unable to meet those, nothing else matters. As other people said, you're arguing about a text amendment and weasel words and how things fit into a certain place. The fact of the matter is none of this fits because none of it is within the goals clearly stated in our zoning regulations. There's nothing you can find in this proposal that fits any of this in any way, shape, or form. As a result of that, again,
Lost you again. There you go.
I'm sorry. I strongly urge the commission to reject this proposal. The stated text change, building size proposed, and expanded uses requests are simply egregious and in no way consistent with the town of Ashford and our 300-year history. We are not Uxbridge, Massachusetts. Do not compare us to Uxbridge. There's nothing like Ashford. Being cut out.
You're back.
That is the unique part of Ashford, is our rural, leave the door open there, the rural nature. At the same time, we respect the landowners' development rights, as we already provide them.
Blake, you cut out again. Okay, Blake, I'm going to have to move on because we don't hear you anymore. I'm sorry. Thank you for your input. We really appreciate it. Thank you. Next up, Christy Glod.
Good evening, everyone. I will keep my husband and I's comments short. I know everyone's had a really long night. We are strongly opposed. I'm also Christy Glod, 283 Turnpike Road in Ashford. We're strongly opposed to this. We moved to Ashford. We're one of the young families that were mentioned earlier this evening, to really move to a rural place. My husband has been a resident of Ashford. His family moved here 22 years ago. They chose Ashford specifically for its rural atmosphere, that small town vibe. And obviously a warehouse isn't going to destroy Ashford in its entirety and the people and the culture, but there's a lot of ramifications that I feel like haven't been discussed or haven't been investigated thoroughly enough. What's the environmental impact, the traffic impact? The numbers just don't add up. And so many people have said already, the trucks just from the FedEx in Wellington that come through our town because they've gotten turned around or getting stuck in the road when there's bad weather. We've all seen it. This is just going to increase and increase. We have a young family that we're starting here. We want to preserve why we moved to this community in the first place. I think there's a lot more this town can do with its resources to move the needle forward, like Mr. Vargas said, to bring us to this day and age, like he said, something along those lines, without destroying the environment around us. So I'll keep it, like I said, short. We're strongly opposed to this. Thank you.
Thank you for your input. We appreciate that. Again, the last few, if you can keep your comments to just as great as Christy Glod just did, we'd appreciate that. And Mr. David Roy.
Thank you for taking my comment. I'm David Roy. I live at 221 Old Town Road in Ashford. I'll make this quick. I'm strongly opposed to the text amendment made by the applicant. There have been a huge number of excellent letters and comments in opposition from folks far more knowledgeable and better spoken than I am. I won't repeat them. I would just like to ask committee to reject this amendment and work on sane zoning regulations for this area. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your comments. Mr. Charles Vidic.
Yeah, let me just turn this on. Thank you, Commissioner and Commissioners. I do have some good news for those who are interested. I spent the last weekend getting all of the 9 individuals. We only had 4 previously who had the petition for those who have land within 500 feet. This morning, I submitted an additional 5 names, which gets us over the hump. However, I will say that there's fundamental laws establishes the 500-foot zone, because we have all but one property, 1 acre included. Every single property owner abutting the zones have signed on, except for the person who is gone somewhere, and they, for all I know, they're dead within their own home at the Janowski property. I think somebody should look into it, actually, to be sure she's still alive. That to me concerns me, because I've knocked multiple times. So we do have the 2/3 vote issue. You'll have to do your calculations. One way or the other, we've really made it here. I think the more important point, though, that you need to understand is that the Island Rock LLC, which is the other half of the zone, also opposes it, and they're part of those 5 people who have signed off on it. And I think it's very important to understand that when you approve something that approves something that's counter to the land that they own, that would be a real flagrant violation of due process, since they haven't been notified. They had no idea that this occurred, nor do they even know about this, other than that I mentioned it to them yesterday. That to me is a very significant issue in terms of due process. I highly recommend that you follow the Mansfield, Connecticut procedure in many other towns that notifies by having on your website an ability for homeowners to actually get an automatic notification of every zoning meeting and every zoning agenda. Commissioner Silversmith, that is the high road today that communities are using. I know that Ashford's technology and IT capabilities are not quite there yet, but that is really what needs to happen, because otherwise you wouldn't have the situation where everybody's learning about this through a postcard. It really is the way to do it. I actually get an automatic notification of every Mansfield, Connecticut meeting because I signed up for it. And if the community would know that, and if it was put in the Ashford bulletin that's put out every month, people would sign up for it, because this does involve a lot of due process issues. Technically, the procedures may be followed, but substantively, whether people actually know is an entirely different issue. So I highly recommend that the community as a whole, including the first selectman of the town, since they have a higher responsibility, investigate the Mansfield approach. I only picked them, but I do know, because I'm a professional planner with over 40 years of experience in Connecticut, that is the best practice that's going on. So I did have several things that you will find in Commissioner in Attorney Parks' submission, which is an analysis of the Institute of Transportation Engineers traffic impacts, which is why he spoke to those issues based on the study that I presented for him. I think it's very important that you look at that study. I also think you should look at the addendum to that study, which includes 10 issues which are going to be a significant issue for the community and for the commission if you should go forward with this. Because basically, if like you're building a house, but the foundation is not there, in other words, the zoning regulations right now, just as an example, there are no parking standards for these uses that are being proposed because the applicant didn't submit any parking standards. That's one of 9 variables that you'll find in that package that Attorney Parks has submitted. And it's very important that you look at that, because if you should go forward with this proposal, you would not have a complete package of regulatory controls to deal with it. Finally, for those who think it's an anonymous process, it wasn't anonymous. There's many people who put together those, if you love mega warehouses, here's some of the issues. Well, we've rebutted all of those 10 rebuttals that they put to the 10 points with rebuttals to their 10 points. And in reality, to give you an example of one of them, if you have a 1.5 million square foot building, and now they're going to 1.1 square foot because basically the 1.5 is just a percentage of the lot area. But the actual the regulations we're talking about is a building footprint, not the square, as one of the previous persons said. So if you have a 1.1 million square foot footprint and you have 4 floors, it's 4.4 million. If it's 5 floors, it's 5.5 million. And all the other 9 things that they raised, for example, the watershed issues, they failed in today's presentation to talk about surface water quality standards, which are different than groundwater. And that is the key variable that we're dealing with the public water supply watershed. AA is what the standard is for the Fenton River. It is in the Fenton River watershed, for those who do not know this. It's not in the Mount Hope watershed, because the Route 89 is the dividing line between the Fenton River watershed and the Mount Hope. And they're both make up the Natchog watershed. So their percentage that they did of the watershed of 114,000 acres is not the relevant number. That's of the entire Natchog. The relevant number is the relevant size of the Fenton River watershed. But more importantly, the science today, and this is one of the areas I've spent many years on, is based on the principle that anything over 11% coverage at any level, watershed scale or lower, building scale, lot scale, creates degradation of the water quality. And when you get to 25%, it is significant degradation. It's serious. So one of the things I highly recommend is the commission put a moratorium on all development in this zone for a number of reasons, including the fact that Island Rock is opposed to this, and they are part of the key players, and then develop regulations that are more appropriate, including the impervious cover standard, which is way out of whack with any environmental protection standards that, for those who are looking at downstream drinking water considerations. I really think this is something that needs to be understood as a municipal, local decision, not an out-of-town developer decision. I highly commend Campanelli for the quality of their work. I've seen their work in Uxbridge. They do very good work, but it's totally out of scale for what we want. If I were presenting this for a town that had sewer and water, which is what normally you do with something of this scale, then I'd say it's a whole different story. There's no sewer and water, and it's not even a septic system that you'd be dealing with. You're dealing with a whole different kind of permit procedure with DEP for the general permit controls. And right now, so you know, the Connecticut Department of Health is talking about transferring this authority to the Eastern Highlands Health District. And there's a lot of confusion and concern because all the health districts in Connecticut know full well they have neither the finances or the technical ability to control these. Just call Rob Miller. I've spent a goodly amount of time with him on this because it's a statewide issue. It is totally inappropriate to go forward with a system when the ultimate managers of it, which are the health districts, in this case, Eastern Highlands, have neither the finances nor the resources to handle this. And then it's a self-policing system, which is, based on my personal experience managing these systems, highly vulnerable to failure. So this is a short version of all the stuff that you can read online in your own website, but I do highly encourage you to look this stuff over. And also, as the previous attorney said, you really do need to extend the public hearing process, because what you've heard today in terms of the changes are not insignificant, despite what the applicant's attorney has tried to convince you of doing. These are significant changes, and they can't be done without thoroughly looking at the consequences of the Institute of Transportation Engineers land use codes that are being now proposed for the first time. But by the way, they're not in the proposed application, they're just in their presentation. There's a big difference between what they're presenting and what's in their application, and that is critical. It's what's in their application that's at stake here. not what's in their presentation. So anyway, I do appreciate you listening to all of this stuff. Believe me, I think it's great that you're having this. And honestly, Commissioner Silversmith, one of the great things about this is it's really developing this community and camaraderie in our town, which I think is wonderful. It's getting people to realize the importance of what we've got. So I'd hate to lose it because of this particular, craziness of this proposal, which is really way out of whack with our town. It really has had a lot of positive benefit that way if we see what the ultimate goal, which is really consistent with the current zoning. Anyway, a little long-winded, but I think it's critical that you hear some of these things. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fiddick. We appreciate your input. Next up, Trinke, if I pronounce that right.
Hi, this is Jesse Trank. I'm actually offering a little bit different perspective here. I'll keep it short, but I'm a resident of Union. I'm 36 years old, and I'm a 36-year resident of Union. And I actually grew up probably the closest residence to this proposed place here. And my parents still live there. My grandparents have been there since the 60s, now deceased. And I'm just speaking up on behalf of my grandparents, my family, and I'm raising 2 kids in Union now. And we spend a lot of time in that area. We go down Route 89 daily. And I'm just speaking up on behalf of a lot of Union residents in how negatively we view this will affect our town. I hear a lot of what people are saying with Ashford. We share a lot of similarities there. And in fact, we're even smaller, right? And more rural. So we just like to preserve that. And I just wanted to kind of get my voice out there in my opposition to this. So thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We do appreciate even the surrounding towns' input on this, so it's very helpful. Now up, Stacy Palmer.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, Stacy Palmer, 239 Mansfield Road, which is Route 89. So everybody has enough numbers and figures and facts. I'm gonna go back to the basics just because I purchased this home fairly young. I've been here 24 years and I chose Ashford. I chose this town. I chose it for its feel. I chose it for the community, camaraderie. And I wanted to raise a family in a community that I knew was safe, was quiet, was peaceful, had values. And I think what this comes down to is, what do we value? Cash is king, I understand. However, every town doesn't have to be the latest and greatest. When did it become all about you, but right after me? When I go out in the community, I'm with the community. It's about the community, not about me. I could say I'm all the way on the other side of 89. It's not going to affect me, but it's going to affect my community. It's going to affect the other people on the other side. It's going to affect my child. It's going to affect your children. There's no sidewalks. The increased traffic on 89 potentially could be extremely deadly and dangerous. We put in a huge Cumberland Farms, major distraction. How many accidents have we had? How many people had to give their life to have a big Cumberland Farms? We didn't need it. We didn't need it at all. We had a small Cumberland Farms. It worked. I didn't choose this town for jobs. I can go 20 minutes in any direction and there's really good paying jobs. If I wanted that, I would have moved there. I came to a town to live in, not to work in. I came to a town to have a community, to have trustful neighbors. What about the animals that get out? I mean, I've lived here 20 some odd years. I've had peacocks go down the street, cows go down the street, llamas go down the street. Do you think that's not going to cause an accident if the tractor trailers decide, oops, can't stop? I mean, I know the lady said that they would choose the highway to the direct route of Rhode Island. But as my grandfather said, you can't teach common sense. And they're not going to always take the highway. They're gonna go the straight route through 89. And I don't think that every town has to be up to date and everything. We choose how we live. We chose to have bad internet. We chose, those are the things we give up in order to live the quality of life we want. If I want good internet, I'll go to Manchester. If I want something else, I'll go to Hartford. I mean, quality over quantity over value. And a $600 tax break, you can't buy me for $600. I mean, what's $600 to anybody? Nothing. It's nothing to sacrifice what this town was built on. And are we going to preserve it for future generations to have a choice? If we don't preserve it, nobody's going to have a choice. You're going to go to every town and it's all going to be the same. And you're all going to have super Walmarts and super this and super that. Where do the ones that want to live the quiet life and want to be farmers go? We're not going to give them a choice to do that, because we chose that having a mega facility was in the best interest of the people. But is it really in the best interest to not have any choices? At this point, we're going to have to recreate that old town feel, like Manchester with the green. You go there and it's nice and quaint and cozy, but it's fake. They recreated a quaint neighborhood because that's what people miss. So we already have that. So do you want to give that up? I don't know. It's a value everybody has to look for. And I can't say for myself, I'm thinking for the future generations, the children, not me. I'm not going to be here in 30 years. Well, hopefully. I'm not choosing for me. I'm choosing for the town quality and the future generations. So that's all I have to say. I just hope everybody makes a good decision and thinks about others before themselves. That's it.
Thank you very much, Stacy. Moving on to Boyd Brown.
Good evening. I tried to turn my camera on, but I can't. So I guess I'm in the witness protection program tonight. My name is Boyd Brown. I live at 350 Pumpkin Hill Road. And I want to first say that I am strongly in favor of Ashford finding a way to develop our economy and be successful in the 21st century. But I am not in favor of this proposal. And I just have two quick points that I'm going to make. I've heard a lot of people in these last two meetings talking about the challenge of living in Ashford and how expensive our taxes are. I agree, but I don't think this is going to be the Band-Aid solution that is going to solve all of our problems. I've never known a government entity that if they suddenly had a big pool of extra money, they couldn't find a way to spend it. I suspect if suddenly Ashford had $1 million more in their budget, we would want to put it into the schools or put it into other municipal projects. And I suspect that lowering our property taxes would not be the big priority. And again, if at best we're talking about a $600 tax break, I don't know that realistically we can even expect to see that much, but it seems that the potential consequences for something like this offset that tax break. And again, I don't see that that's going to solve the challenges that people have living in Ashford, that we've heard many people citing as the reason to support this. The only other quick point that I'll make is, as I said, I am strongly in favor of economic development for Ashford, but as other people have said, I think if we're going to have economic development, the language that is put into our planning and zoning regulation should be our own. I am very uncomfortable with the idea of a for-profit organization, a for-profit company whose main goal is to make a profit off of that property, telling us what our planning and zoning regulation should say. I know that they will pay lip service to the environment, they will pay lip service to traffic, they will pay lip service to all of our concerns, but I strongly suspect that their deepest motivation is what the profit margin is on that property, and that is what will drive them, and not the concerns of the townspeople. And again, for those two reasons, I am encouraging the commission to not support these proposed language changes to the planning and zoning regulations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Brown. Next up is Rachel.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, great. Let's see if I can get my, okay, I'm not gonna mess around with the camera here. So we can get moving. So my apologies. My name is Rachel Bollier. I live 717 Westford Road, which is Route 89. My husband and I, like many others, we moved to Ashford for the peacefulness that the town has to offer. We're not a fan of the higher mill rate, but it was a trade-off because of the beautiful surroundings, the peaceful evenings, the starry skies, and it provided us an opportunity to build a farm, this land that we purchased here. As I said, we live off of 89. We can hear the trucks already without the warehouse, even though our property sits a bit lower than the road, and with no warehouse, we can still hear the trucks. We have had multiple accidents in front of our driveway as trucks and cars, they already think it's a raceway. We have called the police, we have tried to get that support, but as you have heard, we do not have we have Troop C that does support us, but we don't have our own police department. So many things do sometimes go unseen. This also passes right by our school. But also on the topic of accidents, that's typically a key metric with any warehousing facility that I've worked within. They take pride in how many days without an accident. So even though I'm a corporate employee, I have in the past volunteered as internal EMT for several large warehousing facilities. Ashford will sacrifice our current residents to cover what will be necessary for a warehouse and its employees when we talk about ambulance services. As also mentioned, we do not have our own police department. I've witnessed crimes and police pursuits of situations in past facilities as close as a couple parking spaces away. To be told to get down, lay in my car while they break out a window and drag someone out. I'm not saying that this is the norm, but this is just one of multiple experiences that I have had in 3 different states and 3 different facilities. I cannot help but to have that as an influencer. Again, we do not have our own police department. In addition to the traffic, the additional traffic, including the employees coming in from other areas, we know traffic will increase. I didn't really hear that portion in the traffic report. I heard a lot about the trucks, not necessarily about those. If I missed it, my apologies, but those who would be coming in, who would be working. Large warehouses, they have been known for exhausting the talent pool. Average length of time for the vast majority of warehouse employees is less than a year. There will be high turnover. And when people are not vested in the location in which they work, there tends to be little care to the town itself and surrounding properties. I have seen challenges with other warehouse grounds in regards to trash, rodents, gas, and oil, small leaks from large amounts of vehicles that are required to work the yard of a warehouse, not to mention within the maintenance departments that's necessary within the facility itself to manage the pallet jacks, the high-lows, the scissor lifts, etc. Any of the equipment that is required within a large facility, such as what's being talked about that has that many bay doors, to have that maintained within the building. So they may not be housing or storing chemicals, but the fact of the matter is there are going to be a lot of chemicals, and those chemicals are going to hit the ground. This is a very impactful text amendment, and because we don't currently have considerations such as these in our zoning, we really need to consider this when we have a clear mind to do so and can consider the alternative paths other than the happy path that is being proposed. This should not be a reaction on our part. Are we behind the 8 ball? Maybe some people say so. However, we need to work on our zoning to be ready for when the next opportunity comes so we can adequately and appropriately move Ashford forward in the right ways. I'm not opposed to moving us forward and bringing new things in, but we need to do it the right ways. I'm not willing to give up what we have moved here for a reaction, such as what it feels like. It may not be. All due respect to everybody who has been working on this, and it may have been, something that zoning has been working on in the past, a consideration, and we just don't have all of that written yet. With all due respect, there's a lot of work that goes into that. And, I just want to thank you for the opportunity to speak and for the work that has gone in the past. But I think it's just not the right time right now until we have more of our ducks lined up. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Rachel. Loretta Roble.
Retta Roble, 297 Pumpkin Hill Road. I just am so impressed by all of the people who have spoken and who live in Ashford and came out. I mean, I've been on the Conservation Commission for 17 years, and to see all these people coming and waiting in line for hours so that their voice can be heard, I think that's such an example of the democracy that is flourishing in Ashford. And I just am very, very proud. And I really want to thank everybody, including the commission members, for having to read all the many, many articles and letters that have been thrown at them, including this last thing at the last minute of the changes that the developer wanted. So I just wanted to express my pride in Ashford. I'm really glad I'm an Ashford resident and I live here, and can hear all these smart, brilliant people, countering these arguments that this development team has refined, and just smashing into it and saying, what about this and what about that? So thank you to everybody. And thank you, Jeff.
Okay, thank you, Loretta. And speaking of, actually, I'm going to give her chance now, even though Steve came up here, because Carrie's been very, very patient and speaking about people standing in line for a long time. Carrie, why don't you go ahead?
Commissioner, if you want Steve to be able to go first, I'm fine with that. I don't mind bringing up the rear. I appreciate that you gave me one opportunity, so I will.
Do you want the last word, or do you want to go now?
You know what? I'll go now. So let me just say, I have to appreciate and I support all of the comments made by Miss Acebo, Miss Tanner, Anthony, oh God, I'm gonna kill you, probably Paticchio, Mr. Roy, Rochelle, you all make very good points. But to me, I'm the lawyer, right? So I have to address what Attorney Nuff rebuked, I guess, as far as my previous presentation. And I'm gonna quote you from the case that he cited for support of the notion that this commission has the right to take a text amendment that has been filed with the clerk's office, that has been presented to the public at large, and revise it midstream, even, and I'm quoting Attorney Nuff, during deliberations, that they can modify it without public notice, without public hearing, and without public comment. And the case he cited was the Roncari case, which is a Supreme Court case. And I'm going to quote in short. And that in that case, the Supreme Court said, quote, "It is well established that compliance with the provisions of 8.3a that require the filing of a copy of the proposed zoning amendment with the town clerk at least 10 days before the public hearing is a prerequisite to the commission's exercising its jurisdiction. And failure to comply with the requirement is a jurisdictional defect that renders the commission's zoning amendment invalid." And I am quoting from the Supreme Court, which cited another Supreme Court case, Timber Trails versus Planning and Zoning Commission. The Supreme Court went on to say, as we discussed in part one of this opinion, the purpose of the procedural notice requirements of 8.3a is fairly and sufficiently to apprise those who may be affected by the proposed action of the nature and character of the proposed action, so as to enable them to prepare intelligently for the hearing. As I said, beautiful day yesterday, and I spent half of it drafting a 7-page memorandum of law based on the text amendment that was presented to this commission as part of the application in this matter. 7 hours, well now what, 10 hours ago, 11, 12 hours ago, a proposed amendment that substantively and specifically changes the text amendment that was originally proposed was presented to this commission without any adequate notice, without any filing in the clerk's office, without any notice to me, frankly. And as you heard, I believe it was it Mr. Tanner said that he struggled to get through it and prepare himself for tonight because it was so last minute. That is the complete antithesis of the requirement for public notice on these types of applications. And if a commission has the right during, quote, deliberations to change the nature and scope of the text amendment, then what effect does a public hearing have? That's why we have public hearing requirements. You can't turn around and change the game after public comments are heard. And so one thing I would echo of Attorney Nuff's assertions is that you consult with your land use attorney, because I believe they will support my position that these are substantive changes and that to approve the modified text amendment that was presented hours ago puts you in peril when it comes to challenges to your decision. And then the last thing I'm going to say is I am not opposed to commercial development. I'm an alternate on the EDC. What I am opposed to is jumping in feet first without proper regulatory analysis and the adoption of appropriate regulations to cover whatever uses we suddenly deem to be appropriate for the IID zone. That is what scares me. That is the basis for the memorandum that I submitted to all of you yesterday. And again, I assert that to approve these modified text amendments at this late hour would be not only unlawful, but completely inappropriate for all the reasons that you've heard tonight by all of these very well-reasoned and concerned citizens. And I thank you again for the opportunity to address you.
Thank you very much, Carrie. Thank you for responding back to us again. And last on the agenda I see is Steve M.
Hi, Jeff. Steve Maritko, 288 Varga Road, Ashford. I could rehash a lot of very legitimate concerns that people have brought forward. Concerns about the environment, concerns about the character of our town and what's going to change. Things like how much more it's going to cost our town to administer whatever development results in that special district. But the scariest part is, to me, is that this text amendment is associated with the parcel, and that the as was pointed out, the land could be sold to someone else, and if that text amendment is passed, then all the promises, all the testimony we heard from the developer is moot. And so and probably the best path forward would be to deny it, and then simply let the developer bring forward an application and apply for a special permit, a special exemption to the planning. And then we know what we're dealing with and who we're dealing with. So that seems to be an expedient way to put to rest a lot of the concerns. And then we can all know what's coming forward, and you'll know, you won't be blindsided by something that's totally unknown at this point. That's, to me, is the most important point you should take away from this conversation. Thank you for the time.
Okay, thank you very much. That comes to the end of this evening's public comment. I'll turn it over to Attorney Nuff for final comments from the applicant.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm assuming we're not closing the hearing this evening. Obviously, there was a lot of commentary to which we want to respond. I don't think you want us to respond at 11:23. I know that we are at the end of our statutory deadline, so we consent to an extension of the public hearing. Because listen, I don't think there's any validity in what we've heard, but I want to be able to go through thoroughly everything that was said and provide responses.
Even beyond that point, I mean, due to the fact that we've received in one, the changes submitted to the application, including, again, about 60 pages worth of documentation that we need to go through, along with a large number of public comment that was also received today. So I do appreciate you offering up to extend the hearing and give us the time to do our due process.
Okay, and I would encourage you to have your town attorney at the next meeting. I promise you, Attorney Olson is just flat out wrong. If I had any misapprehension that you couldn't go forward, I would have called it. I would have called that fact out to my client's attention. I would ask, however, Mr. Chairman, that I think, listen, I agree with all the other folks who have mentioned what a nice job you've done running your meeting. I know this is very difficult. It's a highly charged issue. You have lots of people who want to speak, but I think you've indulged everyone's who wants to speak 2, 3, 4 times. Mr. Vidic has submitted multiple letters. He has spoken multiple times. I would like to be able to have an understanding that when we come back at the next meeting, we have the floor and we can respond, and then we're done. Because, everyone's had their opportunity multiple times. And I think unless we call an end to it, it will never end.
Well, again, what my intent for extending the hearing, obviously, for the most part, is for the commission to be able to approach back to you about anything they've reviewed, if they have any questions or clarifications.
Right, and that's what we want as well. That's what we want. We want to engage with the commission.
Jeff, I'm not sure. I can't find myself on this multiple page place, but I think at this point in time, we've heard a lot from a lot of people, including the applicant. I look at what the applicant has presented. It sounds more like a special permit application than it does a support for changing the wording in our zoning regulations. And I think if we want to continue, we're really continuing having a discussion of what is more appropriate to a special application than it is to the changing of wording in the regulations. So I would propose that we close the public hearing at this point in time and that we adjourn to having our own meeting. And then I would also propose that we take our own meeting and put it off to next month. It is getting late at night.
Dick, I understand it's getting late, but we have an obligation and responsibility here to finish up. And the thing is that we have a number of quite a bit of information that hasn't been reviewed or had the opportunity to review. We've heard it from a couple of our commissioners. We also have something on the table that we need to talk to legal counsel about when it comes to the application itself and gain the input on that. So again, my feeling is we need to continue the public hearing with the potential of closing it and putting in some stipulations. I know Attorney Nuff is looking for some commitment on our part to not have this go on and on and on and bringing in the next 300 people from the town. However, we will offer an opportunity for some public input at that point, but we're not going to go through an entire system. We'll limit that time frame as to public comment at that time. And again, get the input from the commissioners for any clarifications they need on some of the new material we've received.
Yeah, Jeff, I would go along with the idea of continuing the public hearing and then adjourning. And then after that point, we then could have our commission meeting when the public hearing finally is ended.
Absolutely. Okay. Again, and Attorney Nuff, you were speaking on something?
No, we're all set, Mr. Chairman. As I said, I think you have indulged, everyone's desire to speak. People have an opportunity to submit letters. Many people have submitted letters and spoken. We don't know exactly who, I'm looking up the name of the attorney who spoke earlier. We don't know who his clients are. Attorney Parks. So I assume that he was speaking on behalf of some residents who have also already spoken. I just think that everyone has had an opportunity to speak. We need an opportunity to respond to the commission with the knowledge that we're done after we speak. Otherwise, there will always going to be another rejoinder. The ping pong match has to stop at some point. We just need able to respond and then close the hearing.
Well, I fully understand your point on that. I really do, especially for, I know we've all served the amount of time we've had over the last 2 meetings. However, again, some of the material that's been dropped on us at the very last instance did not give us opportunity to review it. And that's not on us. Okay. So again, thank you for the opportunity to extend the public hearing. We will do that. And my commitment to you is that we will have limited continuing discussion on that if needed. But again, it will be a concise and specific time frame for public comment to fit in, and then come to our conclusion of the hearing and move on to our deliberations.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Janet.
It's Janet. I would just like to request that if there's any information or material that we need to look at for the next meeting, that it please be given to us with time to review it, especially for the people who work during the day. If it comes in, Sunday night or Monday, it's hard to look at it.
Great. And that's kind of the point I was making. And also, Attorney Nuff, if we could also get, were you planning on providing the presentation that was given tonight for us?
Of course, yes.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. So,
Jeff, can I just make a quick comment? I know we're trying to wrap up. So
yeah,
to Janet's point, if the commission's comfortable, what I'd like to do is move in a direction of if I receive anything from members of the public or comments following posting of the agenda for the April meeting, my inclination would be to respond to those folks and tell them the agenda has been posted, please attend the meeting. Because I know once the agenda goes out, it's hard for the commission to keep up with everything I think I probably posted 50 documents today.
Okay.
So to try to make sure that you guys are getting everything that's posted, I think once the agenda goes up for the April meeting, my thought is to tell folks to attend the April meeting and speak and participate during the hearing so that you guys aren't constantly checking the website over that Saturday, Sunday, weekend. To Janet's point, I don't know if you have thoughts on that, but I'm trying to keep things organized.
Yeah. So any posting of materials or sent ins that are submitted need to be in by the posting of the agenda, which normally happens as of late has been the Wednesday before. Probably Wednesday, Thursday, but it'll probably be the Wednesday before our next meeting, which would be scheduled for April 10th. at this point?
Yeah, if I can jump in, Jeff, I'd like to personally compliment Mike for the extraordinary amount of work he's put forth on this deluge of documents and deluge of analysis of these documents. I've never seen an effort quite like what he's put forth, and I really want to commend him for that.
Yes, done a great job. Thank you, Mike. You get no extra money, but thank you, Mike.
Commissioner Silversmith, and I'm sorry to interrupt,
No.
but are you going to pursue a legal opinion on the modification to the text amendment that was noticed? I only say that because if your legal counsel agrees with me, this may be a do-over. And I would just like, I guess, some understanding of what the intentions are there. And if you're not prepared to respond to that, that's okay. But I mean, that could really change the landscape.
Well, Carrie, I think we've already discussed that was our intent. We are taking it under advisement, so we will be forwarding it on to our legal counsel, as both you and Attorney Nuff have indicated would be in our best interest. So we will do that. Yes, Luther.
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to say that I'm also in favor of continuing, but the concern I have with Mike's proposal to have in-person contribution from folks rather than written is that I think we've seen demonstrated over the last couple of meetings, it's terribly difficult for people to adhere to the time constraints. And I can read.
That's probably my fault. That's probably my fault.
I can read very quickly and get through the crux of someone's comment and concern in a very rapid fashion. And my personal preference would be that any submissions up to the day of the meeting are just posted on along with the meeting materials, if we want to do it that way, but that we certainly don't compile several days worth of communications to be done live in person if we can avoid it. That's just my 2 cents. I think if we can expedite the actual meeting process, people have a really effective means of communicating to us through writing.
Okay. Okay, so I've heard a couple of different views from a couple of different commission members. Is there any other input from the commission on regarding submission of material? Yes, Doug.
Hi, Jeff. I echo what Luther said. It is easier for me to read through things at my own time, especially with the long hours I put in during the week. But the one quandary I have is I think per process, we can keep accepting input until the hearing's closed, correct?
Yes.
So the challenge I have is like, there's been a plethora of documents submitted today, and I scanned a couple of them very, very quickly during this meeting, and there's some information I want to go read, but I can't keep doing that continuously. At some point, we have to stop the submissions from coming in.
Well, again,
I know there's procedures, so we're stuck with procedures. Over.
So if we stop receiving the information, at the very least, if I think of like what Mike suggested, if we allow people to submit up until the posting of the meeting, the warning of the meeting, and the hearing, it's those few days that we need to deal with. And I'm at a loss right now. I don't know how to handle that and still be in compliance when it comes to the end coming up on the hearing itself for those last few days.
So what I can do, because as long as the hearing is open, it's received, it's part of the record. You can't say if the hearing is open, we're not taking it. So what what I can do is if we receive something, on a Saturday or a Sunday, especially like with Ashford Town Hall not being open on Thursday and things go with weather and other stuff, I can tell people that we've received we've received the comments, that they will be included as received as part of the application. But given the proximity of the hearing, commissioners may not have the opportunity to review all of the documentation prior to the hearing, and encourage them to attend the meeting in person. I can also catalog all that stuff and present it to you at the April meeting. But whether it be from the applicant or from a member of the public, like I said, if we receive probably over 50 pieces of correspondence today, and we can't in good faith expect that I'm going to get all that posted up to the minute, and you guys are going to have a chance to review it. We have people that are on the commission and members of the public that are requesting paper copies, and I can't make all that happen to be comfortable that everybody has the same bucket of information. So yeah, I think it's just perhaps I didn't explain it well enough, but I think my hope is to just try to align people a little bit differently and remind them that if it's coming in, I mean, I'm getting comments as the meeting is going on, just so that they're aware that something in such close proximity to the hearing is going to be difficult for you folks to review on the fly, particularly as you run up against a deadline to keep the hearing open.
It's not unusual for a chairman to set the ground rules of inputs. Due process requires the opportunity for everyone to be heard. I think everyone's been heard. Due process does not require you to allow any person in the public to speak as often and as for as long a duration as he or she desires. It is not unusual for a commission to simply say, okay, party X, you as the opposition, you'll have all your material in by X dates, and you, party Y, the applicant, will have all your rebuttal responses in by a certain date, that both of which are well in advance of the continued hearing dates. That way, everyone can be heard. The commission can read all the material, and no one's being this last minute surprise and this endless rejoinder of back and forth. You could easily say, in 2 weeks, I want all opposition memos, reports, letters from everybody. Okay, Campanelli, you have 10 days after that to have all your responses back to us, and then it's over. And we will come back and we'll answer commission questions, and we'll be done. It will be clean. We'll all be well rested. You won't be making it, having a discussion at 11:40 at nights. You could be having this discussion at 8 o'clock at nights. You just simply have to say it. No one's going to win an appeal on a due process claim when everyone's had the opportunity to speak multiple times and submit hundreds of pages of information.
Okay.
Jeff,
Thank you.
this is Dick. Going back to Carrie's comment and kind of reeling back things. The applicant is basically submitted a revised application without submitting a revised application. I would propose that we go back to what was initially submitted and treat that as the application that we're considering, not what was presented tonight as a revised application. That way we've reeled things back to what it was initially submitted in the initial application, and we only consider that, not all these changes.
Well, that's what we're trying to get an opinion on from our legal counsel,
Yeah.
Richard. So
Yeah.
I appreciate your input, but I think we need to get something from Ken on this as to what our next steps are. So
Yeah, I agree to getting Ken's input, but my personal position is we shouldn't entertain a change in the application without a new application. And that's kind of echoing what Carrie had said earlier.
Yes, Luther.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Along the lines of coming to a meaningful resolution of public comment and the process and evaluation of application materials. I'm not seated tonight, so I can't move anything, but I would like to see a process where the commission engages with our council to set parameters by which we close receipt of materials from public and applicant and get a legal opinion on the validity of the application as revised. And then we can have a clear, legally acceptable roadmap to completing this process.
That sounds very thoughtful, Luther, and well placed. So we will do that at this point, and again, reach out to legal counsel for some input on both of those issues in order to either move forward or close out what we need to close out. So we will do that. Mike and I will work with contacting Ken, and we will get back to the commission as to what our status is on that. Okay, moving on from the hearing, which we are continuing until the next regular scheduled meeting of April 10th. I would have someone move at this point and date for our schedule to table the unfinished motion to table the unfinished business and move it till our next meeting.
So moved.
This
So
is
moved
Janet.
from Dick
I'll second.
Williams, seconded by Janet Bellamy. All those in favor?
Aye.
So moved. As for new business, we are still in the hearing process, so there will be no deliberation at this point on PZ-23-1. And the last item on our business agenda, besides the zoning officer report, is PZ-23-5, one lot re-subdivision application of 285 Turnpike Road. Owner is Micaiah and Kristen Bond, applicant A. Bushnell. This is for receipt only of the application. Do I have a motion to receive the application?
I move that we receive the application.
Alex, thank
Second.
you. Seconded by Richard Williams. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Abstentions? So moved. Last item, Mike, I'll offer it up to you, zoning officer report. You can do what you want.
I think I'll just say see above.
Good plan. Thank you very much. Thank you all for your attention. I want to thank everyone from the community that's hung on for this long. And I want to thank the commissioners for their attention and due diligence. I want to thank the applicant for their presentation and their guidance. And I also, again, thank the community for their input regarding the text amendment application that's, again, gotten so much of the community involved. Move for adjournment. Do I have a motion?
So
So-
moved. Janet.
Moved by
Second.
Janet, seconded by Dick Williams. All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
So that's passed. Okay, thank you very much, everyone.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Good night.